Good evening, everyone. We are going to have a county meeting tonight before we start the select board meeting, but I can go through the script before we begin. We are using Zoom webinar for our meetings, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting. The registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube live feed for the meeting. People registering to be an attendee must use their names, otherwise they will not be allowed to participate in the discussion. Attendees will join in listening mode. They can click the raise the hand button if they wish to speak. The chair will call on those who have raised their hands in the order in which they were raised at the appropriate time in the meeting. As a preliminary matter, I'm Dawn Holgate, Chair of the Nantucket Select Board. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated are on the agenda are present and can hear me. Starting with board members in the order in which I see you. Christy Ferrantella.
Here.
Melissa Murphy.
Here.
Jason Bridges.
Here.
Matt Fee.
Here.
Okay, town staff members. Erica Mooney.
Present.
Libby Gibson.
Present.
David Gray.
I'm here, Don.
Thanks, David. Amy Baxter.
Here.
Robert McNeil.
Here.
Sheila Lucy.
Yes.
William Pittman.
Here.
Janet Schulte.
Here.
Ryan Turbot.
In attendance.
Stephen Murphy.
Here.
Eleanor Antoinetti.
Here.
Roberto Santamaria.
Here.
Tom Rafter.
Here.
Vincent Murphy.
Here.
Okay, we also have with us tonight Estelle Stone. Oh, you're muted, but I see that you're saying you can hear me. Hillary Hedges Rayport.
Here.
Herb Taylor.
Here.
Okay, great, thank you. I think that's everyone. We may have some other people come in throughout the meeting. This open meeting of the Select Board and the County Commissioners is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive orders of March 12, 2020, due to the state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the Governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded, so that the public may follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment as previously noted through the Zoom webinar functions. This meeting is being recorded and all attendees are participating by video conference. Please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to share the screen of your computer unless you intend to. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to the members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, people may raise their hands for questions or comments. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. If you wish to engage in conversation with other members or attendees, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And every vote this evening will be taken via roll call. And there will be a couple of changes to the select board agenda, but I will go over those after I hand it over to Christy Ferrantella to do the county commissioners meeting.
Thank you, Dawn. So I will call to order the May 26, 2021 County Commissioners meeting and accept the agenda as written. Announcements. The County Commissioner meeting is being audio and video recorded. And we'll now move to public comment. This is for public comment for anything not on the county commissioners agenda. I'm not seeing any hands raised. There's no new business, so we'll move to approval of minutes and warrants. We can take 1 and 2 together.
Motion to approve?
Second.
By roll call vote, Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Don Holgate,
Aye.
Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella, aye. That passes unanimously. Are there any commissioners' reports or comments? Okay, otherwise I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved?
Second.
By roll call vote, Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Don Holgate,
Aye.
Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella, aye. That passes unanimously. And I will pass it back over to you, Don.
Thank you, Christy. So for the select board agenda this evening, I just have a couple of things to note. We do have an additional announcement from the Nantucket Historical Commission, which I'll recognize the chair when we get to that point. Under reports, item 8 on the agenda, we are going to move our island home up just after announcements. And then number 2, an update regarding Millie's, we've actually moved that to a sort of a staff meeting with some of the neighbors rather than having it as an agenda item this evening at their request. So those are the only changes, I believe, and I will turn it over to the town manager to go through the announcements.
Thank you. First off, this meeting is being video and audio recorded. Next, we have the a regular announcement that we've been putting on here of the 2021 committee, board, and commission vacancies, and just a few timeline indications for people. Tonight, right after I'm done going through this timeline a little bit, the chair is going to review the applications that have been received so far for the committees that are listed on the agenda. And at the board's meeting next week, those individuals will have a chance to introduce themselves and review their applications if they would like to. The deadline for the next grouping of committee, board, and commission vacancies will be May 28th at noon, and those individuals will have a chance to speak at the June 9th board meeting, with their names being read aloud at the board's meeting next week. And then committee appointments are scheduled for June 23rd. Erica, did I get all that correct?
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, thank you. And the chair, I think you are going to read the names.
Yes, I will go through who has applied so far. Agricultural Commission. There are 5 vacancies on this commission, and we have 1 applicant, Posey Constable. So please get the word out there that the Agricultural Commission needs some interest. The Airport Commission, Daniel Drake is not reapplying. Andrea Planzer, the incumbent, is reapplying, as well as 2 new applicants for 2 seats. It's Ray, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his last name, but it's Kairawicz is a new applicant. And Philip Marks III is a new applicant, along with Andrea Planzer. Board of Health, there is 1 seat. James Cooper is the incumbent. He has reapplied. Also, Ann Smith is a new applicant for that seat. So we have 2 applicants for 1 seat. Capital Program Committee, there's one seat available, and 1 person has applied. The incumbent, Peter Kaiser, has reapplied. Cemetery Commission, there are 2 seats available and 2 applicants. Both of the incumbents, Lee Saperstein and Francis Cartoonan, have reapplied. Coastal Resiliency Advisory Committee, there is 1 seat available. Graham Durvich has decided not to reapply, and Joanna Roach is a new applicant for that seat. The Conservation Commission has 2 seats available, and there are 7 applicants. Ian Golding, the incumbent, has reapplied. Joseph Topham, incumbent, is not reapplying. And then there are a number of new applicants: William Cohen, Linda Williams, Joseph Plandowski, Neil Foley, David Golden, and Marcia Brown have all applied. Contract Review Committee. There is 1 seat available and 1 applicant, the incumbent, John Balash. Council for Human Services. There are 2 seats available. Athlon Sweeney, the incumbent, actually submitted an application late, so she missed the deadline. And Daryl Westbrook, incumbent, is not reapplying. Sue Mintonen is a new applicant, so there is one seat currently with no applicants. Council on Aging, there are 3 seats available and 4 applicants. Incumbent Vanessa Larrabee, incumbent Judith Perkins, and incumbent Linda Williams they've all reapplied, along with Nancy Swain is a new applicant. So there are 4 applicants for those 3 seats. Cultural Council, there are 3 seats available, so we do have vacancies on this because only 1 person has applied. Incumbent John McDermott did not submit an application, and Tony Wagner is a new applicant. And then along with there are 2 vacancies. Finance Committee, there are 3 seats available and 3 applicants, all 3 incumbents. George Harrington, Peter McGeckern, and Peter Schaefer have all reapplied. And that concludes the applicants for this evening. We'll have the second round of announcements next week, along with these people can come in and introduce themselves.
Thank you.
On to the next announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. The next announcement is about the annual town meeting, which is coming up on Saturday, June 5th, starting at 9 a.m. It will be outdoors at the Backus playing fields behind the Nantucket Elementary and Intermediate Schools. The rain date is Sunday, June 6th at 9 a.m. And I just wanted to mention that we have had a couple of informational sessions about town meeting. I've been to Rotary, the Nantucket Town Association. We did a general info session last Monday. And we also have a what to expect document relating to the town meeting that is on the town website. Next, we've got an update about the sewer project, and I believe David is continuing his on-site report. Are you there, David?
Yes, hi Libby, thank you. Oh, just an update. First, you had a live video update. Project had been going very well up until a few minutes ago when we did find a water main. Right now, from Surfside Road to Essex, is going to be out of water for an unknown period of time right now until we get this fixed. But, the project's been going well up until now, and nothing else really to report.
Thanks, David. And lastly, we have the Nantucket Historical Commission announcement, which I think that Ms. Rayport is going to get maybe.
Hi, thanks very much. Thank you everyone for welcoming our announcement. I'm Hillary Hedges-Rayport, Chair of the Nantucket Historical Commission. And I'm here just to make you, the board, and the community aware of a collaborative effort that is underway among the preservation and historical nonprofits and town municipal groups on Nantucket. May is Preservation Month nationally, so we thought we would get this in under the wire in the month of May and make the announcement. 11 groups have come together on Nantucket in a preservation collaborative with the intention of creating and producing an exhibit and symposium that will be discussing the history of preservation on Nantucket, how the preservation movement came to be, the current state and future opportunities and challenges. The groups that are involved are the Nantucket Historical Commission, the Nantucket Historic District Commission, the Department of Culture and Tourism, those are the municipal groups, also the Nantucket Preservation Trust, the Nantucket Historical Association, the University of Florida's Preservation Institute Nantucket, the Nantucket Athenaeum, the Museum of African American History, the Sconset Trust, and the Mariah Mitchell Association, each of whom has appointed a staff person or a board member to be part of the collaborative. Esther Lee Stone and I are co-chairing this event and happening. Esther Lee is the project manager, and she's just going to tell you briefly why we are doing this.
Estely, you just need to unmute yourself.
Do that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the plans and the rationale for the preservation exhibit. The planned purpose of the exhibit is to stress the importance to all parties, including the municipal government, the preservation and other organizations, businesses, residents, both summer and full-time residents, of cooperating, I'm underscoring, to keep Nantucket's historic structures and sense of place an economic and cultural engine, a task which requires knowledge about preservation history, its values, its methodologies and techniques, and especially a passion to preserve the historic community of Nantucket. Working together is especially important now and in the future, where the effects of climate change and development threaten our historic architecture and streetscapes. We are fortunate to have on our exhibit team the new architect of the National Parks Climate Change Initiative, who will keep us apprised of preservation options, techniques, and standards. As a way of informing the entire community, we will incorporate as much as we have space for in the exhibit. We hope you share our excitement about preservation, our exhibit, and our very special community.
Thank you. One other thing I'll mention is the exhibit will be in 2023. So we seek to plan to launch this in May, Preservation Month of 2023. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that concludes our announcements for this evening. And we are going to jump right to our Island Home stakeholder input sessions report. I'm sorry, Matt.
Before we go there, can I go back to the minutes real quick just people asked to the application process. There was a question at Crack the other day about applications. Can applicants be non-residents? What are the requirements for the various positions?
Erica.
That might be an Erica question. Yeah.
There is nothing that prohibits non-residents or non-registered voters from applying and being appointed to committees.
Unless it so specifies in the charter or the bylaws or the mission as prepared by the board.
I know that we've gotten a couple of comments about some Concom applicants who don't live on island, and there's nothing. I checked the MGL, I checked the town meeting vote that established our local conservation commission. There's nothing that precludes that. I know that we do have one applicant that is currently a FinCom member for another committee, and that the fact that she's a FinCom member may preclude her from sitting on another board pursuant to the town's bylaw. So that's something that we just need to address. But in almost all, there's no residency requirement.
Melissa?
I just wanted to add that there, I think in our deliberations, it's appropriate to understand what an individual's time commitment is and their ability to attend meetings, particularly since we're going to be moving out of possibly remote participation. So I think it's incumbent upon us to ask those questions in terms of someone's ability to commit to the time requirements of a particular board or commission.
Yeah, and I would add that some of the boards require things like in-person viewings that are important for consideration. Matt, did you have a follow-up? And then
Yeah,
Deanna.
just, I wanna thank you. I answered it, but I answered it sort of like that, but you sound much more intelligent than me, Erica. So hopefully they're listening.
Deanna Atherton, just quickly, if you have a question or a comment.
Quite know when it was appropriate to make this comment, but since Matt asked the question, I'm speaking on behalf of the Coastal Conservancy, and as you know, we do look closely at the candidates for both CRAC and the Conservation Commission, and we have a number of questions, some of which have been touched on this evening, and we're going to submit them to you in writing by the end of the week, because we think it's important to clarify them before the appointments process continues on.
Thank you, Deanne. We really appreciate you submitting those in writing. And then we'll be able to have our interviews with the applicants hopefully next week.
Good. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. With that, I am going to turn the meeting over to Herb Taylor to talk about the Island Home stakeholder meetings. Good evening, Herb.
Great. Good evening, Dawn. It's nice to be with you all. And thank you for moving me up in the agenda because of another meeting I have later on tonight. Just to start with a little reminder of the process that we've gone through. We've held a number of meetings. And again, in these meetings, I'm not there to give advice or input. Basically, I'm facilitating and encouraging sharing amongst the folks involved. We've held about 15 or so total meetings, our Island Home stakeholder meetings, which included groups like who are part of our Island Home, like nursing, other staff, family, friends of our Island Home, community groups like Rotary and Civic League and Council on Aging. We had meetings with neighbors, and then we had just open public meetings. So a number approaching, I think, 100 unique people were involved in these meetings. Before jumping into talking about the possibilities and the options, and that's where everyone wanted to head quickly, I really tried to hold folks back and to invite them to have conversations about core values, what they felt Nantucket's responsibilities were to its oldest citizens, and what values would be important. And then I also asked them to talk about facts as they perceived them, at least perspectives in some ways. And then later in the meeting, we began to, with those values and those facts in mind, then we began to invite comment on possibilities. You have a summary of the meeting, of all the meetings in your packet. It's a 3-page summary. You also, I think, have access to the individual notes of every one of the meetings. The summary includes information, bullet points of comments that I heard in more than once. So that's sort of how they got into that summary. To begin thinking just about core values, just to give you the framework before we jump into what people thought about the possibilities. The core value that was most clearly stated was the belief that that care should be provided for the older adults of Nantucket on island. And that wasn't just because of a physical location. It was because a desire to continue connection to community. It was the way they believed the community could show honor and respect to its older citizens. And so that was felt very clearly, even with understanding of whatever that investment might be, there was a desire for that to be the case. There was a clear desired integration with the community, that there would be personalized care, that there would be a continuum of care that would be offered. There was a valuing of diversity. And again, I won't go over all the individual points that were raised up on the core, under core values, but you can see there was a good deal of similarity, a good deal of focus on the responsibility of Nantucket to care, again, for its older adults, and the values were expressed in a variety of ways, but very clearly communicated. As we looked at perspectives and facts, the clearest sort of perspective or fact that was shared was that in a variety of ways, our island home was seen as inadequate to meet both present and future needs on the island. And that might be just because of physical realities of the present, our island home, space considerations, systems within our island home, code realities with respect to Department of Public Health. There was also, the fact acknowledged that an increasing aging population on Nantucket, as also occurs in the rest of Massachusetts and the rest of the country, with increasingly diverse needs, increasing needs and increasingly diverse needs, as was acknowledged. And also just in general, I think it was clearly understood that this would require an investment. However, Nantucket felt like it wanted to move forward. So again, that's a quick summary. I didn't want to spend a lot of time on the bullet points that you have in that summary report under core values or perspectives, but this provided the foundation upon which the discussion moved in each of the groups to conversations on the possibilities. And first, let me say, independent of any specific opinion shared on what an individual thought was the right direction, there is a unanimous, I would say, even if not completely always expressed vocally, felt a sense of urgency that something had to be done. That the feeling was, and was mentioned many times, that this has been discussed for years, if not decades, and that there was a desire amongst the many different groups that action be taken. So I would be remiss if I didn't share that with you all. Relative to the possibilities, again, you can see the specifics under each of the different possibilities that were raised up. Clearly, there is an emotional attachment to the present site. And the attachment to the present site and the strength associated with the present site goes beyond just the view. The view was expressed many times, but when people talked more, it was almost a sense of that's where it's always been, a sense of nostalgia, a sense of identity in a way. So, and I think it's important to recognize that and acknowledge that there is a feeling, and this is maybe natural, and for any public service that's been in the same place for a long time, this is where people expect these services to be offered. This is where people are used to these services being offered. And that was clearly represented by many. Even with this understanding, there was also similarly clear understandings of the limitations of the present site, which many people thought would not be able to provide all that people hope could be provided relative to the care of older adults on Nantucket. And that included things like there's just not enough space, the risks of things like climate change, the disruption to both residents and staff if the place was taken out of service to be completely rebuilt for a while, and many other things were expressed relative to limitations of the present site. I should also mention that there was a general belief and understanding that renovation of the present site would be too limiting for a variety of reasons. And if something was going to be done on the present site, that more than renovation would be necessary. And there could be real specific comments that were made about things like, could you actually get to where you need to be relative to code, get to where you need to be relative to ensuring for the future, if you were just going to sort of renovate bit by bit, phase by phase, there was also recognition of the costs and the time that that would take. And then the end product being sort of less than what would be if it was a full rebuild. People also, and sometimes there was some interesting exchange, people expressed clearly benefits of a new or different location. The potential for meeting greater needs and diverse needs, providing continuum of care, the ability to build that in a way that would enable greater flexibility, would be less disruptive. You could build in a new location, everyone residing at Ireland Home, everyone working at Ireland Home could stay there until the new location was ready, and then everyone moves over. So there was a lot of ease in that transition scene. And the general belief, I would say, by even those who supported building on the present site, that all things being equal, a new site would be less expensive, assuming you didn't have to buy the land. There was land available someplace to do this. But there was a general belief, I would say, on both sides of where this should be built, that a new location, a different location would be less expensive and probably, again, be less risky because of the reality of rising seas and climate change and the like. People saw the benefits of having services on one site and a new site with the ability to meet multiple care needs of older adults on one site, that there would be synergies that could be had. And again, straightforwardly, many people talked, as has been discussed on Island for numbers of years, about the Sherburne Commons site, although some talked about other sites, but the majority of people had in their mind when they thought of another site, straightforwardly the Sherburne Commons site. And because of that, they could see a lot of synergies and shared services and opportunities for spouses, one that might be in the Ireland Home and one might be in independent living at Sherburne Commons, being sort of connected, or just the ability to sort of have everything in one location, that there would be benefits of that. And this was, again, expressed in a variety of different ways. Sorry about that. A variety of older adult services in one site was seen as a great benefit. People also understood the trends of aging population and the realities of aging services and the changing technology that led people to the possibilities of a new site, again, just because of a sort of a clear slate and an ability perhaps more efficiently to provide those sorts of things as you look to the future. And there was also consistent belief amongst both camps that whatever is done needed to look to the future. Don't build for today, build for the future, so that it could serve the island for many years to come. People who advocated for a new site did understand that sense of loss that would be felt by many if you move from the present site. So I want to acknowledge that, because I think that's important for the whole community. If the decision was made to move to a new site, an acknowledgement of loss and a communication of that loss would be, I think, important in gaining support if that was the decision that was made. Also, I will say that in many of the meetings, discussion unfolded to say that if services presently provided at Ireland Home were to move, that there would be a desire that the Ireland Home site be used as a public asset. There's this fear that was out there expressed by some that it would be just sold. Whether that's true or not, there's that fear that was out there. And this idea of it being used as a public asset, and most of the time specifically for older adults in some way, like as was mentioned as one example, a number of times for a senior center. And again, I think the feeling was that that sense of loss would be mitigated by making it available to the same constituency group. In fact, maybe a larger number of people within that constituency group. So those are some of the broad comments. Can't stress enough the overall belief that something needs to be done on island. The understanding that that is going to cost something, but the feeling like it was important to do, again, not just for the present, but for the future. Without leading the conversation at all, I think I'd like to just leave it there and ask for questions or any other comments that people would have.
Jason?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Herb, for, I really like the way you approached this. It starting with core values and then going to the next layer and then going to the next layers. I think, all of us probably remember, those years leading up to the town meeting where it didn't pass and it got convoluted and we got away from the core values. It got really tricky. So I think if it goes off site, sticking to the core values and it was good for you. It was good for me to hear if it was to move the desire to keep it as a community benefit and a public access. And then you said that sense of loss, which would happen for a lot of people who have had their loved ones go through there, to be mitigated by something else that's very positive for the community. I think that connects to the core values, and our town meeting for the most part always votes its values. And I think sticking to that, we can be able to get a facility that can really, I think, all those bullet points that you have in the packet of the core values, we can have all of those. And I like your approach, and I think you really set us up to have this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Other board members? Matt?
Yeah, I believe the same thing, Jason. I think that the way it was handled was great. I think that I'm searching for words a little bit, but there are some people who are adamantly opposed to it moving and other issues who, because it's showing the value of a public hearing and a public process, because you've done such a good job with this process. Some of the people who were, this will never happen, are kind of coming it around to, yes, we need to do it and we need to have this happen. And so I thank you for the way we've done it. And I hope that the board and the staff sees this as an example of how important it is to have these public hearings and really listen to people and really gain input, because that's the only way we're going to get some of these things over the goal line. And so I thought the process was all good. I think the devil is going to be in the details on some of this, which is going to take the board, and it's going to take the board and some budgeting and some negotiating and other aspects that I believe should come before we commit. But I'm glad that we are on the right path.
I should have mentioned, thank you for that. I should have mentioned that a number of times people expressed appreciation that the town leadership did not ask me to come to present something, but that we were coming to ask for input and insight. And as you said, people are passionate on both sides of this, and some really wanted to kind of get to the discussion. But after time thinking about core values, I think everyone recognized that there was similarities about really what people cared about. The fact that folks, as you said, were heard and listened to, hopefully will mean that if folks don't get their way, they'll understand that what was decided because of what was the overall best fit for Nantucket in this moment.
Anyone from the public is welcome to make a comment if they wish on this. And I mean, I'd love to hear from any board members and any public. I've already seen this presentation previous. Well, you know, what was going to be presented. Jason?
While we're kind of waiting to see if anybody raises their hand, I kind of want to know what you think, because you've been on these work groups for 6, 9, a long time, Don, and I feel like you're the most experienced with it. Matt, you too, but Don, you've been sitting in these meetings for a long time. What was your takeaway seeing all of this?
I think that people are starting to feel more comfortable maybe with the idea that we could build a new facility elsewhere, and that there might be some benefit to that in terms of maintaining the existing without any interruption. And I don't want to kind of jump to the conclusion that I see as what I think is the best path, but I mean, I guess that I haven't been that shy about saying it. I mean, I think that there's been concern about what would happen to the existing site. And I think if the board commits to that, that the idea would be kind of a package of let's move forward with steps A, B, and C. Let's build a new island home, then move and turn the existing island home potentially into something like the senior center with some maybe other spaces that could be all for community benefit, and maintain a large amount of access to that location and that view. These will be high ticket items, and they'll probably have to be phased over a number of years. But I think that there's been a lot of sort of changing thought processes on this between staff and residents and the community in general, of how these pieces could all fit together. And I'm hoping maybe we've built a little bit more trust in kind of where we're coming from. And I mean, I get the impression as a board, I mean, I know this has been a priority for me all along, that we support figuring this out, and hopefully want to make it a top priority over the next couple of years. So those are my thoughts. Matt?
I agree, Don. With all of that, with the caveat that we have to figure out how we're going to operate it. How are we as a town going to be able to hire people and operate and remain in this business in a way that is good for the employees, good for the residents, good for the taxpayers. And I think that part is, when I talk about it, that's the part that we need to dig into prior to bringing it. I think bringing it, I think that's step, that in my mind, I think the vision is almost there. I think your vision is really a good one. And now we've got to put the meat on the bones of the operational.
Melissa?
Thanks, Don. Yeah, I was just gonna, I think, echo a lot of the compliments on the process to you, Herb, because I think certainly the nature of the conversation has really shifted. I think we're seeing a lot more collaboration and good idea building, and that's really wonderful to see. I wonder, I guess to my fellow board members and perhaps to town administration, are we feeling a sense of urgency, and what are our next steps with this information? Because we know the existing building is in disrepair and not functioning optimally. So what are we looking at for ideal timelines to get to consensus and really move any ideas forward? Thanks.
I don't know if you're looking for me to say anything or not, but I think that at some point the board needs to evaluate the findings and comments and input that were received by Herb and make a decision as to what we're going to go forward with. I've talked to a couple of you about this, perhaps some kind of a feasibility group not a gigantic group, but a workable sized group could look at the Sherburne Commons site. And I mean, I think there are some things to be worked out as to how it will be operated, as Matt has said. There are different ways to operate it. Is there a partnership to be had with either Sherburne or someone else? Maybe not even Sherburne. I don't know. We haven't really explored that at all. The neighbors need to be considered for sure in that area. And I think though that a next step possibly could be to seriously take a look at the Sherburne Commons site and see what would be feasible there.
Just to build on that a little bit, that was heavily evaluated for the senior center, and there was actually a building drawn, which addressed some of the concerns that came up during the previous proposal. It does not enter off of Maya Comet Road. It would enter off of South Shore, and it would have a driveway. The way the senior center was laid out, it would have a driveway that would be completely independent of Sherburne Commons. So it would very much feel like its own site. And we do have to kind of wrap our heads around that it will likely need to be a 2-story building. And I mean, these are things that obviously need a lot more detail, but that's kind of what I know already are it's ideal for what Sherburne has said and what the neighbors on the Maya Comet side have said, because that road is so narrow and doesn't have any sidewalk or really actually even very good shoulders on it. So those are just a few thoughts. I mean, I guess for timeline, I mean, I'd love to see us try to move something forward in 2022, at least to figure out where town meeting stands on this idea. I mean, we obviously do have an override pending that did pass town meeting last year, but was never voted on at the ballot. So we'll see how that goes this year. That increases the budget by $5 million overall, but it's been thought that would be kind of the permanent funding for the island home. So, does that help, Melissa? Christy?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Herb and say I really appreciate this process. I think a lot of times when things go to town meeting, you know, people involved in the town and the board feel really involved in the process, but the general community doesn't. And I think this was a really great approach to get everybody involved and to really find out kind of what Jason was saying, what our core values are. And so we can really build something that's going to gain public support as we move forward. So thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. Okay, give everybody a minute, see if anyone from the public has any comments. Matt?
Yeah, well, just while we're waiting, 5 million is a drop in the bucket of what it's going to take to do this. And I think that's, you know, the 5 million is kind of, yeah, anyway, I've talked about the 5 million enough. I don't even know that that's necessary this year, but it is what it is. I think that it's it is a substantial amount of money. And we right now have, if we could figure out how we want to operate it, what's the most efficient way, and get that in place before we go to town meeting, for a building, that is the best course of action. If we buy the building, then we're going to go and try to get some of the other operational things in place, and we're going to be very difficult to get. So, we need to sequence this in a intelligent way so that we come out with an affordable and intelligent project.
Thank you, Matt. There's, a number of sort of parallel tracks that need to happen here. Okay. Oh, Herb, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll continue this conversation in a subsequent meeting.
Glad to be involved and appreciate you all and what you have to do to move forward on projects like this, understanding that, you know, this is a long process. Even starting today or next year, it's our island home where it presently is going to be there for 4 or 5 years, even if a new one is built, when you think about the timeline. So that's why I think folks were very eager to have a decision made, wise decision made as soon as possible, so that they could see that progress moved forward. And, you know, flexibility and sizing it right, all those things will be important as you begin to make those decisions, because Matt's right. You're all right. It's an expensive investment. It's one I think that the town will. I have a sense from the folks I talk to, there's a lot of support from investment in that. But I think being straightforward, communicating well will be very important going forward. So thank you. It's been a pleasure being involved.
Thank you again. Really appreciate it.
Take care.
Take care. Okay, we are going to go backwards in the agenda to our COVID-19 weekly update. Are there any opening COVID-related public comments? If not, I will turn it over to our Public Health Director, Roberto Santamarino.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm not going to be doing the PowerPoints anymore. We're past that time now. So moving forward, what I'm going to be looking to do is probably do a written report as well, so you can have it in the packet, be able to review it ahead of time. So as of right now, I should have actually prepared a little bit more for this. So as of right now, we're moving forward with the vaccination clinics. Today we had a vaccine clinic at the schools where we gave about 60-something, 66 or 67 doses to people's 12 to 17 today. So that was actually really good. That's through the Pfizer program. As of this last Monday, I think we're still at around 10,000 doses that we've been giving, that we have given. So it's actually, we're in really good shape. We're starting to get a lot of our Business First program up and rolling. So we gave our very first business vaccination clinic at Atlantic Landscaping. I believe it was last Friday or 2 Fridays ago now. And then since then we have received a lot of interest. We gave a clinic at the Nantucket Golf Club. We gave a clinic. We're doing clinics with Julie Jordan's landscaping crew. I forgot her office name. So we're moving really well. And then at the Salt Marsh clinics every Wednesday from 5 to 7, we have drive-up clinics for the one-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And let me see, this Saturday, we end up basically moving to a wide open situation. If you are vaccinated, you can skip wearing a mask. If you're not vaccinated, we still recommend wearing masks. However, we know that it is almost unenforceable and really hard to keep track of. And then with that, I'm pulling up the vaccination report so that, because I know, Melissa, you like knowing about this, but we are moving in a really good trend as far as the doses go for minority populations. And then I will share my screen real quick to show the really good news of where we are. And that is, if you can see that, let me zoom in. That's the BioBot screening for our sewer. We are now at the lowest possible area that we can possibly be. That is unbelievable news. This is the worst spike that we had was November through February. And then we are back down to almost undetectable levels. So to put it in perspective, I'm going to move down to the next page. Our sample is this red section right here on the far left. We are in the 7th percentile, and that is with an increased flow rate in our sewers, and we even have a lower concentration of cases. So that is excellent news. And then with that, I think I'll give it off to you for any questions.
Jason?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roberto, we spoke about this a little bit last week I said to you, I usually go into when the hospital posts, right? You see how many positives we had each day, and I look at the 7-day average. And I've been doing that. I've trained myself I have that habit now. So now we're having 1 or 2 a day, but that percentage can be 2, 3, or 4%. And you explained it to me like that's not the metric we probably should be looking at going forward. Could you walk me through that and just the public? I thought that was helpful.
Absolutely, that's a very good point. So as far as that metric, the reason we don't really want to use that metric anymore is as you lower the amount of testing that you're doing, every one case accounts for a higher percentage of your tested pool. So before we were testing 100, 200 people in a day, and that was happening a lot. And if we were getting 10 cases positive of those 200, we were showing around a 5% positivity rate because you have a larger pool of swabs. Now, we're only getting around 45, sometimes 50 tests. And at 50 tests, every one positive swab is 2%. So it kind of skews that positivity rate. So what we're going to be looking at more than anything actually is we're going to start lumping those together so that we can get a more robust testing pool, probably weekly. So you'll weekly or even monthly, depending on how our testing goes into the summer, so that we can use that as a percentage pool. So you'll still see that weekly number as we release it per week, but it'll most likely be better to go per month. The metric we're going to be using more than anything, though, is that sewer report that we just showed. We're going to continue to do the sewer testing. David has been really great at getting those tested every Monday. And that will show how we are doing in upcoming cases. And it has been pretty much spot on since they were able to dial it in. That was around January or so of this year is when they really kind of dialed it in and got it spot on. So we're going to be paying attention more to the BioBot than anything else at this point.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, just a follow up. Thank you, Roberto. So when I'm going in to look every day, every week, it's BioBot, it's vaccinations, and it's positive cases, but kind of with a new metric. So are those the 3 things I should be kind of paying attention to?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. The BioBot, the pooled cases and vaccination numbers is where we're going. So we're in very good moving forward. And then just a few hours ago, the state of Massachusetts released their information that we have, as a state, vaccinated more than 50%, fully vaccinated more than 50% of the state, which is one of the highest vaccination rates in the United States right now.
That's great. Matt, then Melissa.
Yeah, let me see. Go to Melissa and I'll come back.
Melissa?
Thanks. Roberto, I think maybe you just answered this, but how long do you expect to have the BioBot tests go on for?
So far, I believe David, he's out now. I believe we're going through the summer into September is what we have funding for so far.
Great. I know that we don't expect it because of our vaccination rates, but if we started to see an increase in COVID cases, say in July or August, what would our ability, how would we be able to respond to that as a community? I know that there's some concern among community members, and I think rightly so, because we've all just gone through a really traumatic experience together. But with the governor ending the state of emergency in mid-June, how would we be able to respond as a community if we started to see increases in cases?
So that's a tough question, mainly. As of right now, we still are under the emergency declaration and we can meet tomorrow and respond. But after June 15th, a lot of our legal authority to respond in a quick manner is kind of taken away. We would have to have a full public hearing before we can even fully respond to it, other than epidemiologically and doing it through education, which has been our primary response from the very beginning. It's just we won't be able to do fining, we don't want to do any closures or anything like that. It's going to be more just education and outreach again. But yeah, no, there is not a lot of enforcement authority after June 15th.
What's the likelihood that we would see something like that happen if it wasn't happening statewide, do you think?
That's remote. If we're gonna be seeing an outbreak, we would be seeing an outbreak on the mainland too. Most likely theirs would start before ours. But yeah,
I hope the governor would take some action if it was.
Most likely, yes.
If it was to that level.
Correct.
Matt, did you?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, first, Roberto, I think the BioBot is great, and that has been our best marker through this whole thing. So I'm happy to see that where it is. One question was, how are positives from other testing places? Are they included in the hospital numbers? If there's positives at Act Dental, for example, are they included in those reports?
The one from the hospital hasn't been showing those, but luckily we haven't had a positive from the Act Dental that we know of. We do know that the positive the testing that's being done at Dan's, because it's an antigen test, if he does have a positive, which he has had a couple, he is sending them to the hospital for a confirmatory test, and those are captured. Dr. Pavi over at Act Dental Arts has told us that as soon as she tests anyone positive, she will immediately let us know. So she is going through the proper reporting, and we put it up in the.
They're going, and she has had a couple that I know of, and she has forwarded them to you guys. So I'm questioning, if they get to you, do they end up in the hospital numbers, or are they in a different set of numbers?
They are in the hospital numbers because they are being pushed through MAVEN, the Massachusetts Virtual Epidemiologic Network.
All right, yeah, no, that's great. The other yeah, and I think the likelihood is low as well. Going forward, I think but I think the key is to not let our guard down and to get as many people vaccinated as you are doing. There was an interesting article in the Washington Post that was based on data from the lacrosse school, Johns Hopkins. Thank you. And they basically, when they took out the vaccinated, what they found in a lot of areas is it is still at the same level as it was, but there's so many people vaccinated, but the unvaccinated are still at the spikes in a lot of areas that they were previous. And so there's a huge, and I see Roberto shaking his head, so I'm not wrong. I think there's a huge importance to continue for people to get vaccinated. So this isn't a fourth mini spike come fall or anything crazy. So I think it's just because we're vaccinated doesn't mean the other 50%, 30% can just ignore it. Everyone still has to do their part and get vaccinated.
Absolutely. What you just mentioned is what we call stratified analysis, where when you look at a population as a whole, absolutely, our cases are incredibly low. But when you start breaking it out into the subpopulations, in this case, like you said, vaccinated versus unvaccinated, that positivity rate jumps from like a 0.5 to a 5.9, which means it's burning through that population. That's exactly what we're looking at. And unvaccinated populations are going to be the driver of COVID spikes over the course of the next year or two.
Whose hand was up first, Jason or Christy? Christy?
Thanks. Roberta, you touched on a couple of places to get vaccinated, and I'm just wondering, I know the hospital was going to end the clinic at the VFW. Has that ended, or where should people be going to get vaccinated?
So I believe the VFW clinic is going to be ending this weekend. At that point, email us at health@nantucket-ma.gov. If you are looking for Pfizer, for example, we do need a group of 6 because each vial only holds 6 doses, and as soon as we crack a vial, the vial is only good for about 5 hours. So we are asking, we will still get signups, and we'll be able to do that. But if you're okay. Just a second. Let me get my train of thought again. How's it that Jason?
You crack a vial and.
Thank you. If you're okay with doing a single vote, a single dose, we are doing drive-through clinics at the Salt Marsh Center on Wednesdays from 5 to 7. We don't need any appointment or anything. It's just purely, I want to say walk-in, but it's actually drive-in. And we can, with a name and a date of birth, that's all we need. And we can give the vaccinations through there. Thank you, Matt, for catching my train of thought again.
Jason?
Just a quick question. I didn't see the BioBot. What does it say the population is right now? We were at 25,000 for a while.
Yes.
We were in our 30s.
Saying, 5, 0, 2, 3, quick calculation. 28,727 people as on Monday.
I would have lost that bet. It feels like it's much more than that.
It is much more than that. Don't forget that this is only the sewer. And the sewer, and we only cover about 60%. Sewer only covers about 60% of all the households on island. So if you were to multiply that, and add that 40%, that comes out to about almost 40,000 people on Monday.
Yeah, it is kind of feeling like that.
So we should assume right now at any given, because I don't have the cell phone data, that tracking cell phone data, which I will eventually be asking for maybe a capital project sooner to get access to the cell phone information so that we can do that in electronic pinging, kind of like what the dashboard did, the data platform did. It'll probably show close to around 36,000 to 40,000 people in this past Monday.
Is the data platforms, is that just not active anymore? Is it not updating?
Honestly, I haven't looked at the dashboard since April. I know
I'm just wondering what the status is on that. I'd be curious to know.
No offense to the dashboard. It's just that it's a very great visualization, and it's really good at the information that it provides, and it is very useful for the public, but it doesn't go through the calculations that I use. So I do it through a different source of information.
Should we move on to other reports and comments? Christy?
Just before moving on, which I do have a econ task force update, just more so a comment as we're opening up this weekend to all businesses to really try to keep things at capacity. And even though we won't have regulations, I want to make sure that we're doing everything to make our community feel as safe as possible as we're coming out of this. I'm really concerned that the town has done a lot and worked with the chamber and worked with businesses to put a lot of programming together. And I just don't want to see things get ruined and people not like outdoor dining or outdoor theater or anything like that, just because we've kind of gone back to normal in a much bigger capacity than we can handle. So just putting that comment out to businesses to try to ease back into things as best we can.
That was a great comment, Christy. Yeah, this is happening much faster than people anticipated, and we've got to take a step back and realize where we've been, and not that we're not just straight back to normal. Melissa?
Thanks, Don. I just wondered, I think we saw an email internally earlier, but I'm not sure if the public is aware of some of the governor's extensions that are perhaps happening, or is that not? I'm thinking about the public meetings, the outdoor dining, some of those that we may be able to address this evening to give people a sense of comfort.
Yeah, maybe Libby can comment on those. They're proposed, they haven't passed yet, but
Okay, thank you.
talk about what's anticipated.
So Roberto and Amy can jump in if I don't get it right, but it sounds as though the governor has put forward legislation to extend outdoor dining through November 29th, 2021, and to extend the allowance for remote meetings through September 1st. We are still working hard to get a plan in place to get back to in-person meetings, and that there's not necessarily a reason not to have them before September 1st. However, we have to be able to manage it. So we're working on that now. And outdoor dining, I think Amy is going to be issuing an advisory sometime soon to the restaurants about this. And in the meantime, proceeding to work on who might want to propose a continuation of their outdoor dining arrangement, and that would eventually make its way to the board in a public hearing. I think those are the main things that we were most interested in. There may be some other orders that he put in as well, but I think those are the ones we were watching most carefully. Roberto and Amy, is there anything to add to that?
But Amy?
I will just add, I know one that the restaurants want to know about is the order that allows for alcohol to be sold to go with to-go orders for on-premise locations and restaurants. We have not seen a proposal from the governor to extend that. I know some legislatures have put it in individually, but we talked to the ABCC today, and as of right now, we expect that to expire on June the 15th, unless some extension does get voted through, but that is less likely. We do expect the restaurant extension for outdoor dining to go through, but we will update everyone as those come through.
Thank you, Amy. Anybody have any?
One. I just pulled up the dashboard, and it looks like it hasn't been updated since February 3rd. So kind of answers that question.
Thanks for checking. Matt?
Yeah, just one quick comment along the lines that Christy had is I think people have to be patient. There is a shortage of employees. There's difficulty getting, product to the island. There's difficulty getting manufacturers to, sort of ramp up, whether it be drinks or cars or all different things. So the supply chains have been pretty much decimated. And I think it's a lot of people that I talk to out here are struggling for staff for the summer. And so, it's going to feel like a bomb went off this weekend if the weather's even a little bit nice. And I think this summer is going to be very busy. And I hope people are patient because it's the H2s are not coming through necessarily. The J1s are not coming through necessarily. That's probably a few thousand employees that are not here. And we're going to be busier than ever. I think it's going to be a very challenging summer for people who are operating, seasonal businesses with volume. So I hope that people, are patient.
Thank you, Matt. Very good points. Christy, did you want to do the economic task force update?
Yes, happy to. So we've been meeting every other week. We originally were planning to talk about outdoor dining today and what we wanted to propose. And since our last meeting, it's when the governor dropped the bombshell. So we focused more on a few other things, kind of what the governor's up to. But one of the great things is the Tap into Technology grant that we got from the state in our collaboration with the Martha's Vineyard Chamber. We've been able to help 12 Nantucket businesses. Originally, we thought we'd be able to help 8. and there's 9 vineyard businesses, and they had an orientation together, and they have consultants that are helping them kind of work through some problems and challenges for this season. And we're really excited that we were able to get that funding from the state and help those businesses. We are going to continue the discussion around outdoor dining and kind of what that might look like in the future, but we wanted to kind of see how it plays out over the next couple of weeks. And again, just urge restaurants to, continue to roll it out as carefully as possible and making sure that they are cleaning up behind themselves with trash, not going over capacity, not over serving, all those things that could lead to kind of a terrible experience for the community and then have the public not support it in the future. So we're going to continue that outreach and making sure that we have restaurants on board for the summer. And we know that we have the White Heron coming up on the agenda tonight, and the Economic Task Force supports outdoor theaters and hopes that we can find a way to address the neighbors' concerns and find a way to have outdoor entertainment. So that was our update from this week.
Melissa?
Thank you, Dawn. Christy, is there any consensus that this is a group that may continue to meet and have conversation beyond pandemic response planning? It seems that you all have done such a great job and it's been a really collaborative effort. I wonder if that's been talked about.
So far, we haven't talked about that, but I think it is something that we'll bring forward at the next meeting, as we're starting to wind down from this pandemic and COVID spikes, that it's something we're going to want to talk about is how can the town and the chamber and the Department of Culture and Tourism continue to work together, because the collaboration has resulted in great policy and grants and just overall a great collaboration between the town and businesses. So I'd hope to see something like that continue.
Thank you. Amy, did you have an update for us tonight?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know if you needed any more details on the future of all of this, but we'll, like we said, send an advisory out to folks about the process for alteration of premises and the things that we need to start to consider for the future and start getting their feedback on that.
Excellent. Matt?
Yeah, just this is I'm running something natural. We're sitting here going, what do? We have signs up that say, masks required and 6 feet, and we've got all this. And as a business owner, we're sitting saying, how do we change our signage? Do we just take it down? What do we do? So what we've decided to do is we're just changing the signs from masks required to masks optional, and we've gone to 3 feet. So the people who are still feeling, and we're not letting people inside yet, we may never again, we'll see. But, we're fortunate to do a lot of takeout, so that will work for us possibly. But I think that there are still people who feel, who are concerned, who have, sort of have health issues and are concerned. And so I think that there's a way to let people feel comfortable if they still want to wear a mask, not beat up people if they don't, and give people enough space that they can enjoy the summer out here. So that's the tack that we're taking. I'm not sure what anyone else is doing, but I thought, it's, as a business owner, it's hard to think what's the right thing. There are some people who, who want us to be full blown open, and, and there's others that don't want us to open again. So, it really is. And I'm I'm in an easy situation. Like restaurants that have to deal with customers and seating and that whole issue are really on the knife edge for this. I think, people, so be nice. The people are going to be doing their best.
Roberto?
Matt brings up an excellent point. With the mask orders being lifted from the governor's office and the state of emergency being lifted in June 15th, some businesses might still request that you wear masks. Some people will want to continue wearing masks. There are some people who cannot be vaccinated due to immunocompromised, things like that. So it's not always a political discussion. It's a personal choice discussion. And for those watching at home and things like that, please spread the word. Respect those people's wishes. They may have many things behind the scenes that you do not know. Everyone is fighting a fight that nobody knows. Respect their wishes on whether or not they want to wear a mask or whether they want to require you to wear a mask in their business. Thank you, Matt. That's an excellent point.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other COVID-19 reports or comments this evening? Okay, seeing none. Next item is public comment for items not related to COVID-19 and not otherwise on our agenda for discussion. This is a time when anyone can raise something before the board. Thanks, Roberto. I don't see any hands for public comment. There's no new business. Approval of minutes, warrants, and pending contracts. Are there any questions or changes to any of these items? We could take all three as one motion.
I'll motion for approval. I'm abstaining on the minutes because I wasn't there.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call. Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Jason Bridges?
Aye.
Matt Fee?
Aye.
Note that Matt abstained from the vote on the minutes. Don Holgate, aye. So for item number 1 was 4-0, the other 2 were 5-0. Next up, we have real estate items. I believe Eleanor Antonetti.
Sorry, excuse me, Dawn. Somebody
public.
has their hand raised. I don't know. If
Oh,
there was
sorry.
a comment.
Okay, before I jump to you, Eleanor, Allison Bold.
Yeah, so it's Allison and David Bold on Essex Road. We actually had two things to bring up, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Both maybe related to the sewer work on Surfside Road. So we're on Essex Road, which our end of the road is a private road. And with the sewer work that's going on, we've had a marked increase in the amount of traffic on the road, speeding down the road. And there's a park on the corner, and there's lots of people with little kids playing. And it's become a real problem, the volume of traffic and the speed. We have had a call into the police department to ask them to have a patrol during high traffic times, but we haven't seen anything with that. So it's become a real problem. And especially tonight with the work going on in the corner, there's actually a detour road on a detour sign on Bartlett Road that's directing traffic down the road. And it's becoming a problem. We spent about $20,000 to $30,000 on road repair last year alone. And now we're worried what's going to happen with all this increased traffic. And then just now, actually, we just lost water pressure. So I don't know if that's related to the sewer project, but water just died in the last hour or so. So I don't know if it's also related to.
You were on at the beginning, but David did say something about water. Erica, do you want to make?
I just wanted to note that the total closure of that intersection is supposed to be tonight only. So I hear that the detour is going down a private road, but it's one night only.
So that's just the detour tonight, but the sewer project has increased our traffic on our private road remarkably over the past month or so. And that includes the NERDA buses that are now coming down our road.
Unfortunately, that road is semi-private and then it turns into public, so it gets a little confusing.
Well, it's not confusing when we pay $30,000 to fix the
I don't
road.
mean that, but for the public, it gets a little confusing because it's partially a public road.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into too much of a back and forth. We definitely appreciate you raising the concern. I think I did see an email as well, and we'll discuss what's going on.
Thank you.
Did you have a second item, or was that the water pressure?
It was the water pressure.
I think that David Gray did mention that there was something with a water line.
Oh, we must have missed that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Allison. Next up, we will go to the real estate items and I will turn it over to Eleanor Antonetti.
Good evening, and I'll keep this straightforward. This is a conveyance of one parcel that was in a taking of 4 different parcels that was approved at the 2014 annual town meeting, and the taking was also endorsed by the select board in 2014. We heard from the owner of one of those parcels about 6 months ago, and for a variety of reasons, it's been had to be postponed. But this has been approved by the Real Estate Assessment Committee, I believe, in March. And it's a $2 a square foot. The parcel is 12,520 square feet. Thank you, Erica. It runs along, you can't see, I'm sitting here highlighting it on my screen. You can't see me, but it's that long parcel D along the north lot line of what is known as 7 Pocomo Road. And eventually we may hear from the owners of the other parcels, and we'll get around to. Those other parcels may be subjected to land court registration. I have a feeling they are, but this one is not. So if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Are there any questions from the board or a motion? Matt?
Yeah, here's a did we before we did the real estate committee and have we looked at the wetlands, abutting and nearby and projected what may happen, going out 20, 30, 50 years with those wetlands before we put this up for to be available?
That did not come up. And again, this was approved in 2014, and that's never been brought to my attention. I'm looking at the GIS right now, and the wetlands at this moment in time are, several properties to the east, and then there's quite a lot, of course, southwest along Eat Fire Spring. But looking at the GIS at the moment, I don't see the wetlands in the immediate vicinity of this particular parcel map.
Right, and the reason I'm bringing it up, in 14, we really weren't sort of thinking about and aware of, sort of what is going to happen in some of the wetlands areas and low-lying areas. I think we're getting closer to being aware of that. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support this tonight. I think in these sort of areas, we've got to be very careful not to sell land that we're going to have to buy back, and I understand the process. I don't want to do a yard sale and have to be trying to take it back in the future. So
What is your exact concern here with this particular?
I'm not concerned with the second parcel. With this one, though, when I look at the maps, I'm looking to the east, and what's going to happen is a lot of these wetlands are going to expand, and they are going to expand into low roads, into low dirt roads, into other areas and we as a town are responsible to provide access to those houses still. And so I just want to make sure we're thinking about that.
But of course, you have Pocomo Road right there. This has never been an improved road. I understand what you're saying, to the east on the other side of Warwinnett Road. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Okay.
So this is abutting Pocomo Road, and there will be access along Warwinnett and Pocomo Road. And then, I'm not exactly sure how this would be able to provide access to Pocomo Road, wouldn't?
No, it may or may not, Eleanor. That's my point is I want to make sure that we're putting that into the recipe. When we're looking at these, I want to make sure we're baking that in.
Okay. Understood.
Does anyone else have any questions on this? Does someone want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor by roll call: Christy Carantella.
Aye.
Melissa Murphy.
Aye.
Jason Bridges.
Aye.
Matt Fee.
No.
John Holgate, aye. That carries 4-1. Next up, we have a request for approval and execution of a modification of a subdivision restriction for 73 Milk Street. Eleanor, did you want to go over this?
That's being continued.
That's tabled.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To June, yes.
Earlier. Okay. Next up, we have public hearing. I'm going to open a public hearing to consider takings of a portion of North Road as shown on lots A, B, and C, prepared by Bracken Engineering.
Okay, so in your packet, you'll have a plan. I don't know if sent Erica the highlighted plan because this is sometimes hard to make these things out, but there's 3 parcels here, lot A, B, C. This is at the western end of so-called North Road, also known as North Sconset Road. It's the unimproved portion of that. You see the sort of hatched lines of where the roadway is a dirt roadway. And the taking would be of these 3 parcels, and there may or may not be an eventual conveyance depending on what the abutters like to do. But this is unimproved roadway shown on a plan, but not actually ever improved. The road basically dead ends where it's shown at pretty much the property that's known as 6 North Sconset Road. I do know that there are you receive public comments from the owners of 6 North Sconset Road, and they may or may not be on. And I'd like to point out this. So at the Real Estate Assessment Committee meeting on the 12th, Mr. and Mrs. Saunders attended and pointed out that they intend and have already contracted with an architect and so forth to relocate their existing driveway, which is currently the northeast corner of their lot at 6 North Sconset Road. They're moving it to the northwest corner. And they were asking about how this lot C would impact that. So there's 2 options for them. It's a very small parcel, and this particular parcel, 148 square feet, lot C, and it would have to undergo land court registration. So I don't know if they're going to want to go through the trouble of all of that. So maybe we'll acquire it and it will stay as a sort of public road, that portion of North Sconset Road. And they're going to need access to their driveway, but they pointed out in a design plan they may need a little bit of easement area in a tiny bit of lot A, in the corner of lot A, to be able to turn into their new driveway. And in addition, the owners of 16 Clifton Street contacted me yesterday. There's some very tiny, basically you can hardly see it on the GIS and Google Earth, but there's a very tiny, about 2-foot wide path apparently that the owners of 16 Clifton have been using for, I guess, a while to walk down to Lindbergh Avenue. And they were wondering how that would impact their ability to use it. So we did a title search, and just so you know, they have no deeded rights to North Road in any way, shape, or form as far as the title is concerned. That doesn't mean, and I explained this to them, that does not preclude them from discussing how they could retain some sort of ability to keep using that tiny path with the owner of probably 9 South, because the path seems to be more or less within that parcel that is shown as lot B. So I think it might be wise to, depending on how you all feel, maybe continue this to June so that the owners of 16 Clifton can talk to the owner of 9 South, which is an unimproved vacant lot. If there are different options that need to be looked at in terms of easements. And then we also need to consider whether or not an easement would be reserved upon conveyance. Easements are not reserved within the taking, that happens at disposition, but we want to make sure before we do the taking, I think, that all of these abutters are, satisfied with what is going to happen at the time that disposition takes place in terms of easements that may or may not need to be reserved for both vehicular access for 6 North and a pedestrian path for 16 Clifton. So that's something that's just come up today, really in the last two days, the contacts from these people. So
I think we should continue this if everyone is amenable to that. What would be the appropriate meeting in June?
It's the end of June.
June 23rd.
Right. And I won't be here. But Ken will.
Matt, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. And I was just going to say, we've had issues like this in Surfside where it wasn't just the 2 or 3 people abutting that used the path. It was entire neighborhoods that had paths that have been used for 50 years to get to the beach. And so before we yard saled those, some of those were retained as public easements for the neighborhoods.
Yeah, I explained that to Mr. and Mrs. Kinsley, well, their daughter, completely. I said, that's how we do it. And I was talking about how if, for instance, this were that type of situation where they had actual rights, because Matt, in the Surfside situation, if you look at every one of those deeds back in the day, they all have those reserved rights for public rights of passage. So that's a slightly different scenario. This is not, they actually have no deed of rights, but it doesn't mean that people can't work things out amongst themselves. It's just that the town doesn't take a position or a role necessarily in how they're going to work it out with their neighbors. So I just wanted to give them time to do that. You know, and it is a tiny little 2-foot path, but I will also point out, Matt, that this actually only serves 16 Clifton. It's not an access that other properties in the surrounding areas have used.
And a follow-up, and I understand that, Eleanor, and I'm fine with that. What I'm trying to explain is there was an issue, and I don't even remember the details. It was an issue where the neighbors started fighting about the parking and about the one neighbor wanted more than the other and a bunch of stuff in Surfside. And we said, fine, we'll turn it into a parking lot. You know, we made the take and we'll turn it into a parking lot. And they turned around and solved it really quickly. And so I just think if there is public access on these, even if it isn't deeded and quote unquote legal, we have some leverage in this process if we are willing to, you know, utilize it to make sure that what's happening now and into the future is a good thing for the public and for the neighborhood.
Yeah,
So
totally understood. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm saying that for, you know, the benefit of everyone here.
Matt, do you want to make a motion while you're on there to continue this to
Yeah,
June
I'll make a
23rd?
motion to continue until
June 23rd?
June 23rd. Thank you.
Is there a
Second.
all those in favor by roll call? Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Nat Fee,
Aye.
Don Holgate, aye. That carries unanimously. So the public hearing will remain open and will be continued till June 23rd, and hopefully all of those neighborhood issues can be worked out.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, thank you, Eleanor. I think that concludes you. Public hearing to consider an application for a new entertainment license for White Heron Theater at the Oldest House at 16 Sunset Hill from June 21st until August 16th. Amy Baxter, I'm going to open the public hearing. Amy Baxter, would you like to introduce it?
Yes, thank you so much. I will do a high-level overview of the request and some of the legal considerations to allow for comments from the applicant and the residents of this neighborhood. As you mentioned, it's an application for an entertainment license temporary application for this summer for White Heron Theater at the Oldest House location at 16 Sunset Hill Lane. The June 21st to August 16th dates include rehearsals from June 21st to, I believe, July the 21st, daily from 1 to 6 p.m. time frame, which is just obviously those in the performance, and then 20 performances from July the 21st to August 16th in the evening. Just a quick summary of the legal requirements here. Under MGL Chapter 140, an entertainment license is required for theatrical exhibitions, public shows, public amusements, and exhibitions of every description, to which admission is obtained upon payment of money or upon delivery of any valuable thing. So that is the state requirement, along with local entertainment license requirements. Legally, from what we've received too, as far as the consideration, two things to consider that might be brought up. Certainly this is going to have a greater impact on that neighborhood and seems like a change of use since it is going to be so frequent. And the one thing to consider is that the property itself is protected under the Dover Amendment as educational nonprofit use. The NHA is granting permission to White Heron for outdoor purposes, is ancillary and does not in any way alter the primary use of educational nonprofit. The outdoor performances in this case would be, by extension, be allowed under this amendment, to answer that question as well. As far as history of this location, generally, obviously, is used for visitors visiting the Oldest House and location. Occasionally, the NHA has had a couple one-off, one-time events for the NHA. And sorry, an alarm seems to be going off. I may have to evacuate. And then the only thing that we've had recently that has been consecutive performances is through the Dreamland that had 4 performances at the Oldest House last summer. I'm sorry about that. I can't turn that off. Per this MGL Chapter 140, I just want to outline in this consideration that in the instance that a denial is considered, the licensing authority must make findings that the issuance of such a license would lead to the creation of a nuisance or would endanger the public health, safety, or order by unreasonably increasing pedestrian traffic in the area, increasing incidents of disruptive conduct in the area, and unreasonably increasing the level of noise in the area. So those are the considerations before you tonight. Just quickly about this instance, I'm sure we will have, let me close that for a minute, have a lot of comments from the neighborhood. And the one thing I wanted to bring up in this instance is that what happened in this case was that this was planned through White Heron and the NHA and then advertised, and tickets were sold before any notification to the town or without working with the town on any permits, which honestly, both the NHA and White Heron do know that that is the process. And it was unfortunate that they went in that direction. So I just ask that the neighborhood, which clearly is not used to 5 performances, regardless of how quiet the performance is a night, considerations for access for public safety vehicles and things of that sort is a very tight parking area need to be considered. And the frequency of these performances. It's not at all a judgment on the performances. We certainly want to support outdoor theater, absolutely, positively. We certainly wanted to make the availability of certain spaces available to like Theater Workshop and certainly White Heron. However, the way this came about, unfortunately, by the end of April, when we got to it, it was kind of too late to kind of come up with some alternatives. So just wanted to put that out there as far as what those considerations are. Again, I'll have White Heron make sure that this has not changed because I've heard some things might have changed, but again, it's proposed to be performances July 21st to August 16th, 5 performances per week for a total of 20 performances. Show times being 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. And having audience clear by 9:30 and staff clear at 10 p.m. And striking down on August the 16th. And they're proposing over 100 guests per performance. And again, they can update if that is changing with parking on the site of the oldest house for approximately 25 vehicles and requiring a police detail for those evenings. Additional requirements would come with any final permit approved and number of attendees. Things such as any porta potties or any other sort of requirements for parking or building permits and such. So the consideration before you this evening is really looking at time, place, and manner of this event, not necessarily the content. We certainly support the theater branching out and coming up with a creative idea such as this. So I will stop there, ask for any questions, and then open it up to Mr. Kopko, and then of course comments from the community.
Does the board have any questions before we go to Michael Kopko? Okay, we'll turn it over to Michael, and then we'll take public comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, members, for hearing our application this evening. As I'm sure you know, the theater business has been particularly decimated by the still ensuing COVID pandemic issue. And these are extraordinary times that have required sort of extraordinary solutions. And we've had to pivot and come up with new ideas on how to come back to what we want to be doing in our beautiful theater in town with a full audience and a full production. I listened carefully to your discussion earlier, the update on the COVID protocols currently. I know there's been some talk, certainly folks with me, about the fact that the governor has sort of suddenly opened everything up. And so why can't we just have 125 people in the theater? in the theater business, this has been our biggest concern through this whole 16 months, is that even when we're allowed to be back in the theater, people's level of comfort to be sitting shoulder to shoulder with 150 people for a couple hours, that's going to probably be the last thing that comes back to whatever the new normal is. So in consideration of that and trying to think of a creative way we could come back, we chose this particular production of Peter and the Starcatcher. It was a very family-friendly production, so that we could welcome whole families to come see the show. And in fact, I saw some polling today from a market research firm that said that people with children were particularly reticent about coming back into a live performance venue indoors. And this being a family-oriented production, we've got that in mind. The NHA has been very generous with us in offering this space. They have hosted theatrical productions in the past at the Oldest House, at the Whaling Museum, at Greater Light, at the Old Jail, at the Quaker Meeting House, and they're very generous and supportive. And I wanted to just give a shout out to them and how grateful we are to them. And also to Marina at Licensing, who was very helpful and communicative in helping us get our paperwork together for you. I think you have a pretty detailed application before you. We did try from the very beginning, our concern very much was about the effect this might have on the neighbors on Sunset Hill. And the first decision we made was to use a technology that has the audience in wireless headphones, so that we would not need to have any kind of amplification on the site at all, which in fact we're doing. We have met with the neighbors. We've discussed their concerns with them. We have done everything we can do. We think we're not here to say there's going to be no effect on the neighborhood, because obviously there is. But we are doing everything we can to mitigate that effect, and will continue to do so. I'll be on the site constantly. We have plenty of staff managing the situation. We'll have a detail there on site. So hopefully those things will help to mitigate the neighbors' concerns. And I'm happy to answer any questions or comments that anyone might have.
Does the board have questions, Mr. Kropko? Melissa?
Thanks so much. Michael, is this something that White Heron plans to seek from permission to do year after year in this neighborhood, or is this more of a one-off pandemic response event?
I want to emphatically say that this is a one-off pandemic response. I'm in charge of producing shows for the company, and I am sitting right now in this beautiful theater with theatrical lighting and sound and seats and dressing rooms and beautiful lobby, and we can't wait to get back to working in our theater again. So we will not be back to do this again. This is very much, I think, an extraordinary situation that calls for some extraordinary measures. So it's a one-time thing.
This is a public hearing, so if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this matter, please raise your hand. Jacqueline Griffiths.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my husband Sean and I just purchased 10 Sunset Hill Lane, which is just a couple of doors down. So the first thing is we have not been spoken to at all about this. So to say that the neighbors have been spoken to, I think maybe not, but we have not been spoken to about this. And we purchased the property about 6 months ago. So I think that I completely understand the desire to get back to a normal theater and all of that. That being said, there is no question that a theater is in no way something urgent, something necessary, something that has to take place in any particular fashion. There's no urgency to it. If you guys are saying that you cannot be in the theater because, well, one, children don't want to be there, that I don't understand that, because I have children myself, and children tend to be perfectly fine in the pandemic and don't seem to have been much of a concern for a lot of people. But unfortunately, at this point, I feel like that might just be something where you don't have as many people in your audience, but you do it in your theater. So it sounds like the only thing I'm hearing, because I've been waiting to see what the real cause was, the only thing I'm hearing is that you might not be able to have as many people in your audience. And that is not really, to me, like a reason enough to basically disrupt a whole neighborhood. We purchased this property because this is a quiet, secluded neighborhood we have family. We've been through quite a bit over the past year that I won't go into with our family, and we just wanted to go there and be in peace. And this is sort of just the opposite. And it's sort of at the beginning, I think you listed off the things that would have to be met in order to deny this. And I think you basically meet all of them. I think from a parking perspective, from a nuisance perspective, from a potential crime perspective, from all these reasons, I think that you've met all of them. And I think the reason to have the theater there, just to be able to have more people. Unfortunately, this summer might not be the summer for that. We've all sort of given up things, and there's so much more I could say, but I do think that there's not enough of a reason, of an urgency to have it, and the disruption to all of us would be enormous, and it would be very. It would cause a lot of problems, and a lot of problems that I think you guys might not even realize at this point that are going to come up. A lot of liability that could potentially come up with things being done, accidents on the road, parking, people driving into each other. It's going to be dark out. You're not going to be able to light up the streets. So I think there are a lot of legal issues that might be involved here as well that I think people are not thinking about, only to make sure that you have enough people at the theater. And like I said, I think it's a wonderful cause. I think it's a wonderful thing to have theater, but I think this might just be the summer that you have a slightly smaller audience, and that might just be the way it has to be. Thank you.
Nancy Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nancy, go ahead.
Thank you very much for listening. I had the opportunity to watch the theater workshop of Nantucket hearing that you all had a few weeks ago, where you approved the Bartlett's Farm setting. And one of the things that was striking to me was that you were very positive about the fact that the abutters out there were 100% in approval of doing that. And I can say to you that in this neighborhood, I can tell you that we have about 100% who do not approve of this setting. Not that we're against theater, but it's not a good choice. I agree with the previous speaker and all that she said. And I do think that as of the 29th, this is an organization that has a theater and they have a home and they have a place to go to. It's not like they don't. You have to understand that we have already experienced at the oldest house, which is in the historic district, that we've already had these one-off events for the past couple of years. And they have not been really successful. There's a lot of noise, there's a lot of alcohol, there's a lot of trash, there's a lot of disruption. So I think one other thing that's really important, if you really understand the setting of that map that you have in your packets, you have a stage which is set at the bottom of a hill, and that field at the little place at the bottom of the hill, soaking wet. And then you have the people sitting on a big uphill space. That's pretty dangerous for people of all ages. It's not a great setting for a theater. Thank you for sharing that. So if you see the setting where it says audience, that's a pretty steep hill to have people sitting with their little blankets and their beach chairs. And it's dark and the street's narrow. I don't have to say any more. Thank you very much for listening, all of you.
Curtis Barnes. Curtis. Curtis Barnes, can you hear me? I don't know. Curtis, are you having trouble with your mic?
I'm going to try to pull him out and then bring him back in.
Okay. Curtis Barnes.
I'm trying to get him to unmute. He just unmuted, but we can't hear him.
Curtis, are you trying to talk? There aren't any other hands up. I don't know if Curtis wants to try to call in. Sarah Alger, I'm just going to go on to the next person.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah Alger. I just not representing anyone in connection with this. I am speaking solely as an individual member of the community. I want to speak in favor of your granting this license. I think in this is a very difficult time that we're going through. And I think the board has done a really good job helping businesses try to navigate their way back to a sense of normality. And this particular summer, I think is going to be like one we've never had before. And I would like to support the White Heron. They're my neighbor here at my office. They're right across the street. I think they do a wonderful job. I have no doubt that they will do a wonderful job at the oldest house. I think it's difficult to just say to them, well, just suck it up and get back inside and have whatever people you can have. They're a nonprofit. They're coming off a year last year that was completely disastrous. And I think to have a one-time use of a property outside where they're using, earphones and doing everything that they can to reduce the noise. I would just encourage you to support them. I think we need to support the businesses and particularly nonprofits in our community. And I just happened to be here and wanted to go on and say that. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Justin Cern.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, Justin, go ahead. Thank you.
Great. I just want to say that Cherney, but from Theater Workshop in Nantucket.
Sorry.
That's okay. It doesn't look like that. We support our friends at White Heron. I mean, this is, as Michael has said and as Sarah just spoke to, an unprecedented moment in the history of the world, and theater has been especially decimated during this pandemic. And I support their creativity, and it's lovely whenever you see two organizations working together and watching the NHA and White Heron try to bring theater back is just something that I applaud. So I support their creativity and wish them the best in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Janet, I see you, but I had two public hands up first. I'm just going to go to them and back to you. Jacqueline Griffiths, I know you already spoke, but do you have a follow-up?
Just quickly, I just want to say Sarah Alger had mentioned something about it being, for this one time, just so she understands, would she like it basically in her backyard? And most importantly, it's the whole summer. So I think that that's something we're missing. It's every night or 5 nights a week for pretty much the whole summer. And again, I'm going to tell you from a personal standpoint, we lost a teenage daughter recently. We need to go there and we need to have peace and quiet, and believe me, I understand the businesses and I understand everything, but I don't think that just because there is a need for this, that means that we all have to sacrifice what we're having. And I would also just ask you guys, if you have an answer to this, was there any other place that was looked at for this? And is there any other possibility for where you could hold this? That's the only thing that I would love to hear.
Thank you. Susan Sandler. Susan Sandler, you're muted.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes.
I was saying that we're part of a very united community here on Sunset Hill Lane who feel completely undone by the prospect of the disruption that this will be. 125 people a night with 25 cars parked on the lawn of the oldest house, the coming and going of the pedestrian traffic, the events that will be going on all day long with the classes and the workshops in this setting. It changes the whole texture of what is a quiet, tranquil community, residential community in the historic district. It's very disruptive. And here the White Heron has a beautiful theater that may not be operating at capacity, but Actors Equity tells us confidently that Massachusetts was one of the first states to open its theaters, and theaters are operating all over the state, perhaps not with full capacity, but actors are employed in theaters all over the state of Massachusetts, as they are all over the country now. So as my neighbor just spoke, Jackie just spoke, there's really no urgency. There's no reason to put us through what will be a harmful summer of high stress, having the traffic and the police officers and the 3 porta potties and the movement through our streets of 125 audience members and 25 cars parked on this lawn a night. It totally changes the atmosphere of our neighborhood at a time in the summer where we all know the traffic, the intensity, the number of people coming to the island, everything gets turned up very, very high. So we retreat to the tranquility of our homes, and we will not have that tranquility. We will be asked to listen to the movement of people through our neighborhood every night. And even though the consideration of the idea of the headsets that will allow some muting of one aspect of it has nothing to do with the sound of people moving, laughing, talking. all of that activity of the movement of 125 plus people. We're talking about a staff and the cast as well. So it's really going to amount to about 150 people a night, which is for our tiny little lane, an enormous impact. It's not something that we can ask you to allow to happen. We're united in coming to you, to the board, to say, please do not approve this license. We presented to you a list of all of our neighbors who signed on to that request. It's uniformly requested. Thank you.
Curtis Barnes. Curtis? Okay, we're still having trouble there. Janet Schulte?
Good evening. I feel as Director of Culture and Tourism, I need to point out that venues, theaters had no revenue during the pandemic. And the White Heron Theater in particular offered programming that they paid for themselves. And I think through fundraising, I've managed to get them a grant through the Mass Cultural Council to do radio theater. I would suggest that maybe there's a possibility to do some kind of compromise here between how many shows they do up there and how many they might do in the theater. And because we really need to support our cultural organizations on the island, and the two theaters, or the many theaters that we have, really took a hit in the pandemic. And I hear their neighbors too, so I really hope we can find a compromise here.
Thank you, Janet. We'll try Curtis one more time. Curtis Barnes. I don't know, Curtis, if you can hear me, maybe you should try calling in by phone. Curtis? There's something wrong with your microphone, but if you try calling in, that could work. Susan Sandler?
My neighbor Kate Stout, who abuts the property, is desperately trying to be heard, and she's raised her hand but hasn't been recognized. Do you see her on the board there?
No, she's not showing up.
It's popped up a couple times, but then it goes away. So I'm happy to pull her into the meeting.
Please pull her in. Kate? She's tried and tried. She's written to all of us saying she's not able to.
I see her.
Finally.
Kate, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, good. Hallelujah. Several things. First of all, with all due respect to Matt, I'd like to ask him to recuse himself from this discussion and this vote. That's number one. Number two is that as the former artistic director of the theater workshop, I am acutely aware of what the theaters have been going through. And I wish Michael well, but I also know that he had no plan B. I heard that directly from the NHA, who also asked him that. I don't know if he told you that. And I don't know how you go about unamplifying laughter and applause and the coming and goings of 125 people. Furthermore, ticket sales are booming in New York City. They've opened up shows I've had requests for tickets. I think that this is something that Michael can, as of May 29th, have a full house in his own theater. And rather than worrying about not what's coming, who might not come, find a way to invite them. Because my current fear is that what he wants to do is have a second venue at the oldest house. Not just the oldest house, but also the White Heron building. So that this is no longer about a pandemic response. And I will also say that I have his letter before me from dated April 19th, and it is a letter of fait accompli. He's telling us what he's going to do in our neighborhood. And for those who do not know, I live at 24 Sunset Hill Lane. I am the closest abutter. I am at the bend in the road, and his 6:30 theater time is my dinner hour on my patio. And I find that it's absolutely unthinkable that he would not have approached us, Curtis particularly, and me especially, since we are the closest abutters, to bring this idea to us before it was presented as a fait accompli in his letter dated April 19th. I would also like to say, to Nancy's point about that low point being wet, if you haven't thought about it, and I did not put it in my letter to you, Madam Chair, but I thought about it afterwards, is that that's a tick farm up there. And if you have people sitting on blankets and families sitting at a theater production for 2 hours, I can tell you there will be ticks. And if there are tick bites, there will be location. People will know where that happened. And I also noted in my letter that kids come streaming down that path onto Sunset Hill, not even realizing it's a road. On the best of times, kids have had near misses there. If there are 125 people and lots of them children running around and running onto Sunset Hill, if there's any room to move at all on Sunset Hill, it is a public health threat to children. Furthermore, there is no room on Sunset Hill for parking beyond those who have resident parking permits. So parking will spill over to Westchester and to North Liberty. And I hope that the Board of Selectmen has consulted with the fire department about what happens if there's a fire on the hill or anywhere in that neighborhood. It will be extremely difficult to get emergency vehicles through. And secondly, not even secondly, 100thly, in my letter to the Board of Selectmen, I have listed several other potential venues that do not impede on a very quiet, very small residential street, the way the White Heron proposes to do. And I will be happy to read them to you. This is after going through a whole list of about 12 with Marina, just to make sure I was more or less on target. So here they are. Any of the land bank properties, the Nantucket playing fields, the football field with seating built in, or most significantly, for public support and community appreciation in a pandemic, partnering with, not competing against, the theater workshop, both using the Bartlett Farm site for a repertory season, which means each theater gets 3 nights of theater each. And I think that I don't want Michael to be out of his theater, but he's not out of his theater. He's very much in his theater as of this coming Saturday. And by the time these productions roll around, the resistance to being in closed spaces will be, I think, very, very remote. And I also think that what we haven't discussed at all are the all-day 10 to 6 rehearsals on those, on the Oldest House grounds, which will also have traffic and litter and I assume no police presence. And I just think that if you think about the Oldest House as the most revered site on Nantucket, and you put porta potties there, and you put cars on the lawn, I will simply end by quoting Joni Mitchell. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you.
I'm going to try Curtis Barnes one more time. Curtis? Curtis?
I'm on
There
my
you
phone.
are, finally.
You got me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm really sorry for this because I hear everybody else, but a couple of details. Would you put the map up again? Okay, can we get the map up?
Yep, give me 1 sec.
Yep, Erica's got to do that.
All right. While you're looking at the map, I'll go back to what Kate said. We're going to have rehearsals for a month from 1 to 6. That means without any control, any monitoring, you're going to have 15 or 20 actors and staff. You have 30 people on the grounds, and that wasn't factored in. Secondly, when you start a show at 6, what time do they get there to set up? It's not 6 to 9. And they already said it was 10 to get out. It's going to be 3 or 4 in the afternoon to 10 every day, and that's during time when tourists are coming there. I'm curious in the same vein about what's happening to parking and traffic during the rehearsals. And then finally, now that you have the map up, I went over there and I put a 100-foot tape on the site this afternoon. If you notice, and I raised the question with Michael, we've had a conversation, the parking spaces are legal at 10 feet wide by 20 feet long. And if you look, there is a 25-foot emergency access to get to the oldest house. So you've got 20 feet plus 25 plus 20 feet. So you've got 65 feet from the property line. However, if you look where the oldest house structure is, I put a stake right about there, and then I ran back 100 feet, allowing for 10 spaces at 10 feet. And quite frankly, if you were to do that, you would see there is barely enough room at that little gate to get a car in. And God knows where they're going to go once the second line of parkers go. And then look to the right, and you've got 5 more parking spaces stuck there. You've got your audience space. How are you going to get 25 cars out after the show at night? Finally, I will just go back to the information, chapter 140, and looking at where Amy noted the basis for denial. I would go 3 lines above that. If such a hearing, the mayor or select board shall grant such a license or shall deny such license upon a finding that issuance of such a license would lead to the creation of a nuisance or would endanger the public health, safety, or order. I would say in all this instance, you're creating a nuisance and you're endangering the public health and safety and order. Thank you very much.
Amy?
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple things. I know some of the neighbors discussed as far as other locations and things. And to reiterate again, we found out about this and were brought this information after tickets went on sale, after the campaign and announcement went out. That put everyone in a really tough position at the end of April when, you know, we had talked about this for a long time, wanting to find some opportunities, whether at Children's, whether at some other properties, to have some theater. Had been working with Theater Workshop for months, honestly, in another location, it's VFW parking lot. And then they were able to secure Bartlett's, which is always certainly an option for some of these events. So it's something we've been open to, but again, we're put in a really tough position, wanting to support the arts, wanting to support these businesses, but again, in this location and not having notification to the neighbors properly. One thing I'll tell you, when we think about entertainment complaints, entertainment licenses, I've been told, you know, you kind of look at it 2 ways. Did the noise come to you or did you go to the noise? Meaning, did you, get an apartment above a restaurant and then complain that there's smells like food or there's noise? Well, you put yourself in that position. In this case, the entertainment and the noise, even if they have headphones on, the disruption is coming to this neighborhood. It's going to impact a very sensitive neighborhood. You bring up emergency vehicles. The times that we've had one-off events there with the NHA and some others, they've been limited, but there's been an issue every single time. I've had calls at night, officer not being able to even get a patrol car up there, never mind an ambulance or a fire engine, should that be necessary. That's a huge concern. And that's just on a normal day, on a one-off event where you know exactly who's coming and you try to have a shuttle, things of that sort. Asking to suddenly put 20 performances again is difficult. We ask for some sort of balance here, but 20, that's creating a whole new business and in a very small, tight neighborhood where there's these issues every day. So I'll just present that as some of the issues we've had to think about.
Christy, then Matt.
Thank you. Just one of the questions that was asked but not answered was how we'll be dealing with trash and who will be responsible for that.
Yeah, that's in the application. The trash will be taken off the site every night.
Matt?
Through Dawn, if Kate is still here, why does Kate believe that I have a conflict? And I'm not saying that argumentatively, I'm interested.
Kate?
Can you hear me, Matt?
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, with all due respect, Matt, you and Michael are good friends, and it is my understanding that you have been in discussion with him about using the parking at Something Natural as auxiliary for his theater event on the oldest house, making you a party to it. If I'm wrong in that, in any part of that, please feel free to correct me. But because of that, I'm asking you to recuse yourself.
Kate, I have offered it as it was needed in a way to help him and help the neighborhood. If it was to happen, I'm willing to step aside if that's, I'm willing to say, I don't want the appearance of a conflict. I'm willing to step aside on it, but
Jason?
I think the friend thing isn't a conflict of interest because I would have to recuse from 90% of what comes through here on this. I think if it's a financial issue, it should be disclosed and maybe, but not the friendship. I don't think is an issue.
And I don't think the proposal actually includes parking on that site. Is that correct?
and it wouldn't be a financial situation. I allow spillover parking to neighbors and even to some of the events that happen there occasionally. But it never have yet to charge. So.
I don't know, Michael, there was a question raised earlier and Amy addressed it a little bit about considering other venues. I didn't know if you wanted to make any comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we looked at many, many other possible sites. Most of the ones that Kate mentioned, actually, we had looked at and didn't either got a negative response from the people who controlled that site. In fact, I think all of the ones on that list that we actually talked to, we got a negative response from. And this site, we began discussions, and I have to kind of fall on my own sword here about this. It didn't occur to me that an entertainment license was necessary at the time that I was discussing this with the executive director at the NHA, because theatrical performances happen on NHA properties fairly regularly in the Whaling Museum and at Greater Light and stuff like that. So it didn't occur to me then that I needed to come for an entertainment license. as soon as I knew I did, we came in and made application, but we've been in discussions with the NHA for some months prior to that. So so the answer is yes, we certainly researched other alternative sites and didn't come up with anything. And then this site was offered to us by the NHA.
Melissa?
Thanks, Dawn. I couldn't find my unmute button. Through you to Michael, if I may. Michael, if this were to not pass for White Heron tonight, do you indeed have Plan B? And what does the rest of your summer season look like?
We don't have obviously another outdoor venue Plan B because this is a very logistically complicated and expensive proposal, and it's not something we can just lift and decide to do somewhere else. We don't. I know Kate mentioned that she suspected that we were trying to double dip and have a show at the Oldest House and one at the theater. We have no public events planned for the theater until the second week of August, when we have a one-actor show with limited capacity tickets on sale now. So we don't anticipate having the public in the building before the second week of August. And we think that's appropriate because we don't think that audiences will want to sit in a theater together, 125 people together for 2 hours when we're doing this show. And like I said, these things take a lot of planning, a lot of logistics, a lot of expense, a lot of commitments. So I'd have to think hard about what Plan B would be, but it likely would not involve another outdoor venue because we spent the winter kind of looking at all of those, and then this was offered to us, so we came here.
In that vein, just quickly, and then I'll go to you, Christy, and then there's a public hand raise. There was a suggestion of potentially limiting the number of shows to something less than 20. And I was wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, I could certainly consider some kind of reduction in numbers of performances or numbers of weeks, I guess. We are, if the show is a huge success, we stand to possibly recoup a third of the expense of the show. If it rains, that's a no show night. We could consider, for example, the student production is the fourth week. We could consider moving that elsewhere. But just from a logistical and financial standpoint, it would be very difficult for us to cut down on the number of performances.
That answers it. Thank you. Christy?
Thanks. Similar to Dawn's question, I was wondering if there's any capacity to reduce the number of people from 125 down. And then secondly, there was concerns about the daytime rehearsals, and I'm wondering if there's any other location that rehearsals could take place, like at your theater, prior to moving production to the Oldest House.
Well, I think that rehearsing at the Oldest House is the appropriate place because that's where the stage is and that's where the performance will be, and that's kind of how rehearsals work. The daytime activities of our student program and rehearsals will not involve traffic. We will not be have anybody parking there, possibly one van bringing our staff there, but there won't be any traffic issues there. Our kids in the student program usually walk to the theater. I anticipate they will likely walk to the Oldest House for their theater classes, and that those activities will all take place back in the paddock area, sort of, and we intend to keep that, our activities during the day particularly, contained to that area. We've talked a lot with the NHA about a lot of things that we want to do up there. One of the things we were very clear about is that we don't want to interfere in any way with the operation of the oldest house and visitors going in and out of the oldest house and experiencing the oldest house. And so we've told them that we'll keep our activities separate and make sure that there's plenty of access to the oldest house and around the oldest house. If that makes sense. But the daytime activities, I think, will have a minimal effect, I would think.
Erica, and then I've got 2 public hands raised.
I just wanted to note that Matt Fee did recuse. He has stepped away from the discussion and will not vote.
Okay. I think that's too bad. Susan Sandler.
I just wanted to add that the way that I and most of my neighbors learned about the White Heron's presence at the oldest house was through their ad campaign. I reached out to the NHA and they forwarded my email to Michael. When we met at our request with the community, it was something we initiated. And one of the things he spoke about was that he had met with Matt Fee, and the idea was that there would be parking at Something Natural and people might walk through the grounds to the oldest house from that side. So that was something, that was presented to us as part of the thought process. Again, we look at the idea that across the state, theaters are open and functioning. And if we're already starting to talk about the idea of reducing the number of performances, moving to this beautiful theater and having a smaller audience in the theater seems like the logical plan B. It's plan A. I mean, it's a beautiful theater. To start using it in every way that it's meant to be used makes perfect sense. There really is a plan B, and it's a sensible plan B. And it's a plan B that doesn't ask this neighborhood that is 100% opposed to this to have to endure a high stress summer when we all need to feel peaceful in our homes. My neighbor Kate has her hand raised, but she hasn't been able to be recognized. She's just phoned me and asked me to please ask you to recognize her.
Not sure why Kate's hand doesn't seem to show up, but Jacqueline Griffiths had her hand up, and then I can go to Kate.
Just quickly, I wanted to say that when we talked a lot, I think there's been a lot of discussion about the safety of all of these cars and the darkness and the alcohol and the driving and the kids in the road and there are no lighting. So I just would like to have you think about the fact that doing this fewer nights of the week does not necessarily solve that. So if it's not safe one night, it's not safe 25 nights. So one is the nuisance aspect to it, but the safety aspect, which is a big concern of ours, will not go away just with one night. So I would just ask that you consider that as well when you think about it. Thank you.
Melissa?
Just for clarification, is there an application for liquor to be permitted on the site? Okay, so that statement.
No, there will be no food or beverage on our part at the site whatsoever.
Okay, thank you very much.
You want me to bring Kate in?
Let Kate Stout in, and the same people keep raising their hands. I'm just hoping we can keep the comments concise.
Okay, I'll keep mine concise. Of course, there will be food and beverage up there because that's what you do when you sort of picnic on the lawn. But Michael is incorrect when he says that performances at the oldest house are fairly regular. They're not at all. The Dreamland, during a true pandemic, had the opportunity to have 4 performances from, I think, 3:30 to 6:30, not in the evening at all. There is reason to be concerned about his rehearsals and parking. To say that they will all walk is naive. And I would just want to go back to the fact that Michael says that this is a pandemic response. Well, he can be in his own theater. He does not need to be at the oldest house at all. And I remind you that it is nuisance, public health, and noise that we're talking about in this very quiet, tiny neighborhood. And I sincerely ask that Michael look again at another venue, because we would like him to succeed, but I think he can succeed in his own lovely theater. He does not need any performances at the oldest house. And to anticipate financial losses is moot, because he doesn't know whether he'll lose money or make money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Atherton, and then I'll go to everyone else who had their hands raised. Rick Atherton.
Thank you. I think I just got unmuted, Dawn. Thank you very much.
Yes, you did.
My only quick observation jumps back to the disclosure issue. I'm not really into the neighborhood issues, although I'm sympathetic to the neighbors. But look, Matt apparently has recused himself. And I would just note that it's my understanding that disclosure statements are not available online whenever they're filed recently with the town clerk. This has nothing to do with Matt's issue here. And I would just encourage the board to make sure that such disclosure statements or other public interest statements like campaign finance reports are all posted promptly. I think that's a community service, and this conversation just reminded me of that. So Dawn, thank you for the recognition. I appreciate it.
Sure, Rick. Hopefully we can get that message to the town clerk. Christy?
Thank you. Just a quick question for Amy. On the Dreamlands permit from last year, the fire department didn't sign off on it. Was that because they didn't approve or you didn't need their approval?
That might just be the oversight, or wasn't specifically needed. It was such a smaller basis on that, and nothing would have required that, but they do review anything that would hinder or require any sort of emergency access, in which they did in this case too as well. So it's always a challenge, like I said, getting ambulances and fire up that street, even on a normal day.
Michael Kopka.
Thank you, Dawn. I want to respond to one comment that I think goes to the heart of the matter here, which is that this is somehow not a pandemic response activity. This pandemic is not over. Your discussion this evening during the COVID-19 update, I thought was illuminative and thoughtful. Clearly, we are at a point now in the timeline of the COVID pandemic where we need to gradually get back to whatever the new normal is going to be. And I anticipate and hope that the board will not be telling restaurants, you've got to pull all your tables indoors now, and everybody's got to eat inside because the governor says it's okay. And we won't be telling the theater workshop, you can't do that outdoors now because you have a lovely theater downtown, and the pandemic's over. So there's no reason to do that. This is very, very specifically a response to the pandemic. And the fact that we, and I think every theater on the island will tell you the same thing, anticipate that there will not be a comfort level of people wanting to go sit in a theater for a couple of hours anytime very soon. So this whole project has been put together and proposed as a response to where we are in the COVID pandemic. So that I just wanted that point to be really clear. This is not something we want to do all the time. Some of the neighbors are absolutely correct. I love producing theater in my theater. Like I said, it's full of lights and sound and seats, and I love that. I can't wait to get back to it. But we're not going to be ready the third week of July to do that because we're still at the tail end of this pandemic. So that's the rationale for why we're proposing the project that we're proposing. I just want to be really clear about that.
Just quick question for Amy, and I don't know if you have this data or not. How many weddings and other events are usually held at the oldest house? I know that it isn't an approved venue for things like that.
Right. And that's something we've, I don't have that exact number. And certainly, Marina, raise your hand if you might have an answer specifically to that. But it's something, she and I have kind of recognized and dealt with NHA over the past few years, and making sure that there was a process in place for notifying neighbors and getting permits for that location because it wasn't necessarily done, and they started to use it more. So I don't think it's a lot. I think there's one later in the fall. Marina has her hand up and she might be able to specifically answer that question on number.
Marina?
Hi, everyone. We only have a request for one event at oldest house for wedding. It will be on August 7th. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious about that. Two more public hands are up. People who've already spoken. Let's just try and keep the comments to anything new. Susan Sandler.
Just historically, the oldest house has had perhaps one wedding in the summer and one or two charity events. We've never seen anything on this scale ever in the history of our time on this lane. It's in completely new use of the property and completely disruptive, and that's absolutely historically true. We're very sympathetic to the plight of theaters, very sympathetic to what Michael is saying about what will reduce his audience size, but we cannot sacrifice the peacefulness of our home for the use of this theater for this summer. It's really not equivocal. It really is not fair to us as a community. And what you've heard tonight is a uniform voice from this community asking you to not approve this.
Curtis had his hand up, but it's gone away. Do the board members have any other questions? I don't want to close the public hearing. Christy?
Thank you. Just really trying to find a middle ground here. I went and saw the property, and at sight, I thought this made a lot of sense. It was downhill. I thought that would help protect some of the sound. I love the idea of the headphones and the parking plan. Hearing a little bit more about the public safety concerns and fire and police being able to get in. I'm just wondering, what we've been pivoting for the past year and a half. How can we pivot this to make it work? Because I 100% want to support the theaters and the arts and culture. And, we've done everything to support restaurants, but those are in the downtown core. We've done everything to put things in places where it's appropriate. And this, from the sounds of the neighbors, is not appropriate in this area. So how do we get to a middle ground where it does work? Is it moving it to another location? If it was earlier in the day, if it was less people, kind of what does the board think could be a good compromise?
Jason?
I think it's good to have a discussion before more discussion with the board before we close the public hearing, because once we close it, we won't be taking, well, it's up to you, Madam Chair, but normally we don't take any more public comment. So it's good for us to do this now. Christy, all the events that I helped organize and when I was doing the triathlons and 5Ks, and I have full confidence in the public safety, an aspect of fire and police not allowing anything that's even close to being an issue. So from that standpoint of public safety, I'm comfortable with whatever they come up with. I'm leaning towards, I want to see this happen, and it doesn't look like what I'm hearing tonight, anything is going to be approved, even 1% from the neighbors. So, but I still think we can maybe mitigate some things. For example, and again, I don't know how we would enforce this, but during the day, 0 parking, none. I mean, we can't control, I guess, well, maybe we can, Amy, but we can't really control NHA property. But we could say for this entertainment license, no parking during the day. So if the neighborhood is going to, endure this at night, and I agree, I think it is good what you said, Christy, going kind of down the hill and the headphones, but not also during the day. And so where are the things that are maybe not easy for the theater, but they can mitigate, they can change it. That's what I'm trying to kind of write down. My quick thoughts is I don't think it's endangering public health and safety, although I did go and look at first I thought, oh, the sunset, well, that's at 9 or 10 o'clock. It's not in July and August, it's 8 o'clock. So everybody would be leaving pretty much pitch dark. So I think there is some lighting concerns there of everybody leaving, how that happens. So I want to understand that a little better. And the daytime things, if those could be mitigated, I'd feel more comfortable. And possibly maybe what we could do in that last week. That's just kind of where I'm at right now. I want the board to know.
Melissa?
Yeah, thank you, Jason and Christy. I'm running through my mind of how do we make this possible? And I really do feel that we've made a strong commitment to all businesses and nonprofits to help them be successful. And it would be a shame to not include White Heron and the success, their success this year. And I agree with Michael's statements that the pandemic is not over. Just because the state of emergency is over, we as a community are going to be learning to live with this virus for the foreseeable future until we get herd immunity or more vaccinated people. So I'm really conflicted. I hear the neighbors' concerns very clearly, and I understand them. I also think that Michael and his team have done an exceptional job of being creative to try to mitigate those concerns and use technology and creative thinking to be adaptive. But I'm left wondering if there are alternative locations at this point can be considered, because, and I'm even thinking about town properties. I don't know what the schedule is like, for example, at Children's Beach this year, Tom Nevers Field, if there's a way that we can help redirect this in a positive way.
I agree with the things that are being said by my fellow board members. What I would also mention in terms of COVID not being over, I mean, there's even the consideration in this conversation that COVID is over just got dropped on us like days ago. And it's just absolutely not the case with what people's comfort level is going to be. And beyond that, in this particular case, anyone under the age of 12 is not going to be vaccinated this summer. And to give them a place that they could be outdoors and having some form of entertainment when kids have really suffered through this pandemic and, have been put aside, put through not being in school for more than a year. I mean, just the level of interaction that they have missed out on is astronomical. And to get them off a screen and at a live performance is just like a real greater good thing that we're looking at here. I'm not sure that it's at all realistic to thoroughly review another location and re-advertise for an entertainment license for this at this stage. I think that the way the parking was laid out to me was very well thought out in terms of those spaces will have to be pre-reserved, and that there will be a request that absolutely no one parks on Sunset Hill that is a non-resident. I do very much appreciate the headphone usage, and I agree on the site, the way it dips down. I felt like it visually and sound wise, there was a decent barrier there. I mean, I completely hear the neighbors' concerns. I'm not sure if there is any compromise. I mean, in terms of how they're feeling about it. But I feel like we've all had to get so creative and do so many things to get through this. The one compromise I do feel is that we could shorten it to 15 days and drop that last week that was going to be a different show. It sounds like it would be feasible to move that back into the theater for the children's, I think it's the children's camp performances. And maybe that is a viable bit of a compromise.
If I may, that would likely not move back into the theater, but I think that's the easiest thing that we can recite.
Okay.
At this point. Can I also, Dawn, point out, I sent you guys kind of a sample of the email that we'll be sending out to patrons. It was put in your packet today, and this will go to patrons 2 or 3 times before they attend the event, talking to them about parking, talking to them about traffic, talking to them about being respectful of the neighborhood. So we're trying to do everything we can. That, like I said, obviously there's going to be an effect on the neighborhood, and we're trying to do everything we can to mitigate that effect and make it as light a footprint as we can make it.
Thank you. Susan Sandler and then Kate Stout have their hands up.
Yes, I just want to emphasize that you're hearing 100% from the people who will be impacted by this, who are asking you emphatically to help the White Heron find a plan B and not allow this to happen in our neighborhood. We do not want this disruption. This will be a harmful disruption to us. It is a 100% voice that you're hearing. Rather than trying to trim this and fix it, the fix is a plan B, another location that is not a residential neighborhood. That's the solution. And we're all on board with that. And that was what we talked about with Michael and Lynn when we asked for the meeting with them. We brought ideas to them. We wanted to help them. We wanted to form a committee to help them find a suitable location. This is not a suitable location. That's the emphatic message that you're hearing from this community. And if you override that, if you vote this forward with not listening to this community, that's a devastating blow that you're asking us to receive. And our summer is actually, it's over. There's no way that this can be mitigated. The idea of fewer parking and fewer performances. This changes the experience of living on Nantucket for this entire community. So please help us find a plan B. That's the solution. Another location that does not impact a neighborhood the way this will. Thank you.
Kate Stout.
I think it's important to understand that the residents of Sunset Hill, myself included, are also coming out of a pandemic. And to not be able to enjoy my own backyard, not be able to have dinner outside because of laughter and applause and coming and going of 125 people. It's not just Michael and his business who have suffered from a pandemic. It's lots of individuals just like me. And I hope you will have some compassion for the fact that we would like to be able to use our homes and our yards as to be outside after a year of not being outside. The pandemic isn't Michael's to own or any theaters to own. We have all shared it and we have all suffered it. And I personally am asking you to understand that I would like to be able to use my backyard. I don't think that's too much to ask. Thank you very much.
Christy?
Thank you. In talking about moving that last week, I'm again wondering if Melissa's point about Children's Beach or another location like the VFW might be able to be used for that. We also discussed earlier that the Dreamland, when they had their 1 week or 4-day performances, it was earlier in the day. And I'm wondering, again, if that's worth reviewing, is if this was earlier in the day and it wasn't disrupting dinner and we didn't have the concerns about, getting dark at night and lighting, would that help mitigate any of this? And is that possible?
I don't know if Michael wants to respond to that.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that question was for me. I think that the neighbors that you're hearing from are there's no compromise for this site with them for any activity there. So yes, we can take the student program performances out of there. I mean, that seems like a rational, reasonable compromise. But clearly the neighbors just don't want anything there at all. So I can't mitigate that. All I can do is the best I can do. I feel like we've worked really hard to try and make a responsible project, and Amy and the staff's report here, recommendation, a lot of this is going to be gone through. We're going to have to meet a lot of standards here in order to go forward in terms of building the thing. My understanding is that that the public safety people have signed off on this proposal at this point. I do know, I would like to note too, because that we've heard a lot of people who aren't happy about this project. A number of people, I think, have written to the board expressing support for this project, and our sense, then the people that we're hearing from, is that people are very excited about getting to something that feels normal with their family, and that's why we chose this show at this time in this place. So I think that if you saw fit to grant us this license, we'd be working with the town on crossing the T's and dotting the I's and making sure it was a safe and responsible project.
Thank you. Sean Griffiths.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, we're so surprised by this, and I'm really surprised in a collaborative kind of environment where people get input and should hear the input from people. The people that are most directly impacted by this, seem to be being ignored. The street's a really small street. There aren't that many homes. It's a very quiet street. It's one of the reasons why we bought on the street, because it was so quiet. And to have it be churned into a commercial enterprise, right, just changes the whole character of the street. Putting aside all the other difficulties, right, the people that are going to bear the burden of this are the people on this street. And I don't think anybody on the street has spoken up in favor of this. And I don't know how, in good conscience, you can ignore the people that basically whose property is being impacted by this. who directly bears the brunt of this enterprise, right? A commercial enterprise, essentially, right? We can call it a nonprofit or whatever, but it is commercial enterprise. How that can possibly be acceptable, especially if there are alternative places to do this. I'm shocked, frankly, right? That the voices of the people that live on the street are not being heard here. It is a quiet place. I can open my windows right now and you will not hear anything. It's a quiet place. It is not a place where there's hundreds of cars and God knows how many people, coming. It's a very narrow street. It's a one-way street. There's no way for us to even get to our house other than driving on that street. Are there cars lined up around the block so I can't even pull into my own driveway? There's no, it's not two-way. There's no place to park. I really am at a loss to understand why this location, right, makes sense, other than to the people that are not really impacted by the choice, right, who want to have the show, right? But for the people that have to live with the impact and we're uniformly against it, why is our voice not being heard?
Kate Stout.
Hello?
Yes, Kate, any new comments, please?
Me? Oh, I do beg your pardon. I think I failed to lower my hand.
Oh, okay, no problem. Thank you.
About that.
Thank you. Oh, your hand is back up again. Oh, Jacqueline Griffiths, do you have a final comment?
Two things. I'm just curious what the answer was. We never sort of got a direct answer as to whether daytime would make a difference. Obviously, we'd prefer nothing, of course, but I certainly think daytime is much safer, and I would feel much more comfortable with that. So that's one thing. We never got the straight answer about whether daytime would be okay with them. And the second thing is, has anyone looked at other locations like the high school or any of those other locations, and can anyone comment on that?
Madam Chair, Amy can follow up with me on this. Children's Beach is not a viable option. It's probably too small. It doesn't seem too small, but also Children's Beach is traditionally an area where the public is allowed to go anytime they want, and this would probably impact that. The Tom Nevers Park could, I guess, potentially be looked at. It's obviously quite a distance out of town. There are sporting activities that occur there during the summer, so a suitable area would have to be found out there. I don't know about any of the land bank properties. The Nobodier Fields is taken up already by the Dreamland setup, and that is also heavily used during the summer for sporting events. And I'm not sure if there were other town-owned venues that were cited. The high school would have to, I have no idea. That would have to go to the school.
Janet?
I wonder if Winter Park could be an option. It's got a big grassy area that could
Winter
host a
Park.
stage.
Thank you, Janet. That is a good suggestion. However, Winter Park is specifically for passive recreation only. It's in a deed.
Oh, there you go.
Christy?
Thanks. I'm just wondering, I know that time is of the essence with this. I'm wondering if we could push this out 2 weeks and explore the options of Tom Nevers, or if it could be decided tonight to move it to an earlier time of the day. It sounded like that seemed like the only way that we could compromise in making this work. This is really tough for everybody on the board. We want to see a win-win situation, and we completely hear the neighbors. And to vote in support of this is not to say that we don't care about the neighbors. I think they're not going to be impacted. We're always looking at the greater good of the island. And I think providing culture and arts and culture to the island, especially after a pandemic, is a community benefit that I'm considering and weighing in on this. And I don't want to just focus on that. I want to focus on a way to make the neighbors happy as well. And so I think if an earlier time is something that would work, it's something that we should be considering.
Maybe Michael wants to speak to.
Well, a theatrical production during the day in Nantucket in July and August is not a feasible option. Everybody knows what the daytime is like on Nantucket in July and August. Doing a theater production in the middle of the afternoon just isn't feasible.
Would dialing it back to like 5 be feasible?
Well, that would, it would be more feasible. The issue, I think the issue before us here is that the neighbors don't want it there at all. So my sense is they won't want it there at 5 o'clock any more than they don't want it there at 6:30. And we've tried to come up with a proposal, like I said, that mitigates the effect as best as we know how on the neighborhood, and still lets us come back in a meaningful way, and then work our way back into producing in the theater, like other businesses and performing arts organizations have done the same. So there really isn't, I don't think 5 o'clock or 6:30 is going to make a difference as far as whether the neighbors are going to be happy about having it there or not, frankly. And another outdoor location now is, in a couple of weeks out, is just not, that's just logistically, I don't see how that could happen. We have run through many other options over the winter, and none of them worked out. So, if people want, if the neighbors will be happy with a 5 o'clock curtain, let's talk about that.
I really feel that the board is looking for compromise here. That they feel that there's strong community benefit is what I'm hearing.
And I'm happy to talk about the time.
From the neighborhood, what kind of mitigating circumstances could make them feel that this could be approvable for this one season for a limited number of nights? This is not going to be an ongoing situation. Jason?
I think 5:30 is not a bad idea. The show's over at 8, everybody's out by 9 versus everybody out by 10. Again, I understand that nothing would be the best for the neighbors, but that makes a little more sense, trying to mitigate something during the day so it's not an all-day thing, and removing that last week. That's 25% reduction. It's 3 weeks out of the summer, not 4. 15 performances, and maybe there's something else to mitigate it. Similar to Christy, I want to see this happening, and I do think we are listening to the voices of the community. We would not have done this for an hour 15 minutes if we weren't. And I think the Dreamland Drive-In Theater is not the same thing. And I'm not comparing apples to apples. However, there were a lot of people who we listened and we adapted it. And if this was an off-island organization, or if they weren't part of the community, it would be much easier for me to say, like, I don't know if I trust kind of mitigating as it happens. Like, once you start something like this, you can adapt it the first week and make it better as you work with everybody and work with your crews. And I feel like this isn't a one-off kind of like a type of wedding thing. This is a community organization that doesn't want to be seen in a negative way and is here for the long haul. So I feel on the confident side that even once if it does get approved, that we can make more mitigation measures would go in place. So I'm for like a 5:30 start and finding some things to mitigate during the day.
Michael, quickly, then I have a number of hands up again.
Yeah, we can do a 5:30 start. We can do that and get everybody out by 8:30. That's fine. We've already agreed to take that last week out. We can find a way to work around that. So yeah, we're happy to talk and work with folks and see where we can get.
Madam Chair, before we go to all the hands up, I just want to try to find some structure here because we could be here. I mean, we could be here all night. Just as the vice chair, do we want to close the public hearing and make a decision?
Yeah, Jason, I was just getting there because what I'd like to say to the public that has their hands up is if you could keep, we understand that the optimal situation is that for this not to happen at all. And we have completely heard what you've said. If you could comment on the sort of ideas that are on the table and keep them brief, because I do want to close the public hearing within 10 minutes. It's already 8:11. Melissa, do you have something you want to say before I go to the public?
Yeah, I guess maybe just a suggestion too, Don, or a question. Could we continue, and I don't understand the impact of planning for Michael, but could we continue this hearing? I think piggybacking on Christie's suggestion, could we continue this for a time certain, a week, 2 weeks, whatever it is, and encourage that negotiation to happen before it comes back to us? I mean, I think that there's a lot of, really specific ideas that have been presented tonight that could be negotiated and have this amended and come back to us. And it would be nice to see there be some of that compromise ironed out, not during the hearing.
Michael, would it be feasible for you for us to continue this for 1 week?
Would it be feasible? I mean, yeah, it would be feasible. We don't really have an outdoor plan B to the oldest house. We've been working with the NHA on this for a couple of months and planning that. So the idea that we could now shift to another location, I don't think is a feasible. That's really not the negotiation that we can have. We're happy to talk about other aspects of the project. For example, the curtain time. For example, the taking out the student production at the end. For example, if they want, if it would make them happy to have less activity during the day, we could just have the student classes there and do our rehearsals elsewhere. Things like that we're willing to talk about, but we really would like the board to make a decision so that we can, we've got a lot of work to do either way. Whether it's yes or no, we've got a whole lot of work to do. So that would be really helpful. Like I said, I'm all ears about suggestions on how to mitigate this situation for the neighbors. I'm not hearing back what would make them happy. So.
You, Melissa?
Yeah, thank you, Don. I think just a follow-up comment to that. Unfortunately, this application is coming to us late in the season. And while you've been planning, Michael, for some time with this, it's not been planning that's been part of the public process or that we could participate in. And I think what I'm hearing from the neighbors is they're a bit caught off guard by the cart being before the horse. So what I'm offering in an extension of the public hearing is to not force us to make a decision tonight that may make both parties unhappy, but to offer 1 week for you to get together again and see what common ground can be found. And I think we've come up with some tonight after almost an hour and a half of discussion. And I really think if after another week continuance, you cannot find middle ground, it may be that the project is not sustainable. But I'm hopeful, and I think that there could be some accommodations that could be found. But I just want to be clear that we're in the situation we're in because the cart went before the horse, and not because of people's inability to make good timely decisions.
No, I understand that. I admit that that's the case, and I apologize for that. We are where we are. If I felt like there was room for negotiation, I would absolutely say, that sounds like a great idea. Let's get together and talk our way through this so we can make it happen. I'm not hearing any room for negotiation from anyone else. I'm very appreciative of the suggestions that the board is making. How about an earlier start time? How about fewer performances? We've been happy to give in on that. If we want to, cut the level of activity during the day, we can do that.
Michael, let me just go to the neighbors specifically if they could keep their comments to the suggestions that have been made and keep them concise, because we do have other things that I've got to get to tonight. Sean Griffiths.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Terrific. Look, I don't think anyone answered my question. It's a narrow one-way street, right? I mean, please put yourself in our position. We're not going to be able to get in and out of our house, right, at all with our car, right, at times of the day, right? And I know you just got to think about the real world impact, right, to people that are living on the street. On the suggestions, you got to fix that problem, right? How do you fix that problem on a narrow one-way, road so that people aren't in an hour's worth of traffic just to try to get out of their house?
I think that there are traffic mitigation measures in the proposal, and that public safety has reviewed this. But I completely understand your concern.
Yeah. How do I get out of my house? How do I get out of my driveway? Right.
I mean, that is something that happens in many different circumstances.
Not like this. Not like this. This is different. It's a one-way street. You could always turn the other direction away from the traffic, right, okay, and go out that way and go around, right? But this is a one-way street.
Thank you. Nancy Martin.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I think Melissa said it well. This decision was made to do this collaboration more than a couple of months ago. And this was sprung upon us as a surprise. And I think that has real impact on how someone has gone about doing business. I'm not going to say any more.
I was very specifically looking for comments on the ideas that have been laid on the table.
Well, I think we should take another week and have some communication. I don't think you should make a decision tonight.
Brooke Moore. I think that this is not she's not a neighbor, but Brooke hasn't spoken.
Hi, Don. Thank you, Madam Chair. I lived at what is now number 10 Sunset Hill for 9 years, so I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. I have one concrete suggestion: that a police detail be placed at the bottom of Sunset Hill, and that access to the road be limited to neighbors people who live there, or people who have a specific parking pass for the event, just as one concrete suggestion.
Thank you, Brooke. I'll take Susan Sandler and Jacqueline Griffiths, and then we are either going to close the public hearing or continue the public hearing.
I wanted to thank Melissa for her comments and to say that when we requested, when we saw the ad that the White Heron was running for the event in our neighborhood, which is how we found out about it, and we started to inquire about it, and we met at request with Michael. We wanted to form a committee to help him find another location. And that's what we want to do now in this week between now and the next meeting, is to work as a community to find a suitable location. That's our goal, is to support the theater by finding a hospitable location that is not Sunset Hill Lane, that is not the oldest house, that does not impact us where we have to walk through a police barricade to get to our homes or can't move out of our driveways. We really do want to help you, and we asked early on to help you. As soon as we found out about this plan, Nancy Martin produced a very interesting list of possibilities. We'd love to work with Melissa and the team to help find an answer to this, but not by making changes in the timeline for this. This is not workable in this location. It was not workable in any regard. And it is a quiet neighborhood. Just as my neighbor Sean said, it's a quiet one-way street. We don't want to have police at the end of the street telling us that we can walk to our homes. We don't want to have to deal with the crowds every night. We want to have our peaceful summer in the middle of what we've all endured. Everything about this plan doesn't work, and we want to find a plan that does work. We volunteer our time, our very precious time, to do that, and we made that clear early on with great sincerity. Thank you.
Jacqueline Griffiths.
Hi, 3 quick points. One is for compromise. First of all, when we've talked about other locations, that to us is the compromise, right? Those are suggestions and compromise. So let's open that. The other thing is, if you want something, if you are going to pass it, which I hope you don't, alcohol should be known absolutely, positively, no alcohol is allowed there. Everybody who's leaving there is going to be driving out of there. And it's open. So I don't think you can have alcohol in the open. So I think there needs to be very, very publicly a no alcohol policy. And I think whatever police detail is there should be thoroughly enforcing it. And there should be strong repercussions for anybody who does not follow that. I think that will make us feel a lot better. And then finally, can you explain how the headphones work? So people are wearing headphones and the actors are simply not, they don't have microphones on, they are speaking into things. So how loud are they? And how does that all work?
My understanding is that there's no amplification. They're speaking into a mic that goes to the headphones, and they're speaking in normal voices. Melissa?
Yeah, when Michael explained it to me, it's like the silent disco concept. So the van that will be on site is channeling microphoned sound. So just like I'm speaking in my normal voice here, the actors would be doing that on the stage, and it would be transmitted into the headphones. And the only noise that I could see when I visited the site with Michael was applause and hopefully laughter, because hopefully it's a joyful show. I do just want to add, from my own personal perspective, Dawn, having been the executive director at the Dreamland and produced our children's theater shows, it's why I give this such great consideration and great weight to the needs of the White Heron in our community and our families to be able to enjoy theater. And so while I find myself really compelled by the passion of the neighborhood to preserve the quietness that they enjoy, I do think that there may be an opportunity for these 15 nights to find a way to let families gather and enjoy some great theater outside in a beautiful, serene location. So it's, the conundrum's not lost on me, but neither is the mission of White Heron. So
Thank you, Melissa. Very well said. I really appreciate those comments. The thing that kind of stands out to me is I don't think that there is a strong compromise aside from what we have already kind of put out there. All of the neighbors when questioned on this basically said that the only compromise for them is for it to not be there. And I think the board just needs to make a decision on these 15 nights this summer, this time, or not. I mean, I think that we should close the public hearing and vote. I'm not sure. There's Jason.
and just to confirm, Dawn, and maybe through you to Amy, there is no alcohol allowed. I understand Ms. Griffiths brings this up, but there is no alcohol allowed on the site, either people bringing it on their own or certainly not concession sales, correct? So alcohol has really never come into play in the reviewing of this application.
That is correct. It would not be allowed in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've closed the public hearing. I'd be looking to the board to craft some kind of a motion or further discussion amongst the board members. Christy?
Not a motion, but just kind of where I'm standing. I think we could look at something with the 15 performances. I'd like to see them earlier in the day or in the evening. That's 5 or 5:30. I think a discussion about moving the rehearsals. I know that you want to rehearse where you're performing, but maybe that could be just the one day before or 2 days before, and the 2 weeks or so before that you have on the schedule, those rehearsals take place somewhere else. And as been discussed about no food or alcohol, I think that needs to be really clear on the tickets so that we don't run into it where families are bringing food and alcohol to the site. That's my thoughts so far.
Michael?
Yep, I think those are all very reasonable, Chrissy. The one thing I would ask would be to allow rehearsals in the final week before opening night, because the technology with the headphones is very complicated, and we're going to need some time to tech that technology in and get it working right. So, but we're happy to just hold rehearsals for that show the week before the show opens, and just have the student company taking classes there during the day. No alcohol. That's absolutely fine. If a 5:30 curtain makes people happier, we can do that, certainly. And 15 shows. Yeah, we can agree to all of those things.
Melissa, question?
Yeah,
Comment?
thank you. And maybe I guess, oh, I see Amy's on the phone. But I'm a little curious about Brooke's suggestion. I understand that White Heron has secured a detail officer for, no, okay. Okay, see all the
We haven't
heads shaking.
signed up for the detail yet.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if Chief Pittman would like to comment on that directly, or.
Yeah, the details are, if available at this point. We can't guarantee that we'll have one, and everything you guys have been talking about, you got to remember there's no parking enforcement after 6 o'clock at night. That's just non-existent because we got 19 CSOs for the whole summer. The details that you're talking about there, if you're going to prohibit alcohol on that property, it's going to require a police officer, not a CSO, which is going to further limit the availability of somebody to be there. I can't guarantee we're going to have somebody available for this. And prior experience at that location, it doesn't take very many people to really make that road a mess up there. You know, we've had discussions in traffic safety several times about the parking up there and just from the visitors to the home, oldest home. And this is a whole new thing. So I wouldn't approve this with a guarantee there's going to be, we're going to be able to put details up there.
Thank you.
What does the board want to do? If they can't have a police detail, they'll have to have someone coordinating the parking.
We'll have that anyway. Certainly.
And I would think that the volunteers could also manage whether people are coming in with alcohol. The public hearing is closed. I'm not taking any more public comments this evening. Michael, I'm only going to go to you if there's questions from
Just on the alcohol, my sense is that if we notify everyone that there's no alcohol involved, this is a family show. It's about Peter Pan. There's not going to be a lot of Bud Light drinkers at the show.
Thank you.
I hope.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm feeling very, yeah.
Oh,
go ahead, Jason. No, you go ahead.
I'm where Christy's at. I had everything written down, 15 nights. And I don't know if that's 3 straight weeks or it's, you don't do Monday and Tuesday. I'm not sure what is the best for the community neighbors for the theater, but 15 nights, a 5 or 5:30 start. No alcohol is already there. It does help that it's a family show and not a strong adult content. That does make a difference on who's coming. The lighter rehearsals out except for the week before. I think that makes sense. Yeah, and we have to be okay if the detail officer isn't there, right? I mean, Chief Pittman said there's no guarantees. So if we approve this, we will cross our fingers and hope that one's there. But I think the road should be closed. I know that's a whole nother permit, I think, to close the road, except for those who live there and those who are parking in the 25 spots. Outside of that, I mean, is there a way to take off parking where now we're going down the road of, because I think is it 2 hour parking there still up top? Yeah. So everything you listed, Christy, I am for. I'm not sure where Melissa you are on wanting to wait a week and find one more or two more things that can mitigate it and make it easier on the neighborhood. I think
I'm conflicted because the neighbors were commenting on the proposal that's in front of them, not a compromised offer. And so I don't think we're going to know what the neighborhood really thinks until those exact layout is in front of them. I'm concerned about no police detail, frankly, and the limited availability. And I feel heartbrokenly torn. I'm just going to be honest about it because I want to support the theater and I want to support their success. But I also see in a different way than I had coming into this meeting that there is an impact that I'm not sure. I mean, it certainly can't be eliminated. And I'd like to see that there's an impact that can be lived with and accepted. And maybe not by every neighbor, but by some. So I'm feeling torn at the moment. Jason?
I don't know if there is going to be a good compromise, but I think if reducing it 25%, I was trying to scale it back and limit the impact on you know, why those neighbors are here, whether it's year round or summer, but why they're, you know, enjoying June, July, and August, or July and August. So that was a big help for me, reducing it 25%. And then also during the day, I think that's going to help a little bit, but I don't know if there's not a slam dunk here for a compromise.
No, and I mean, I think that these things we did lay out, the things that are being talked about, and there's a pretty strong, like, you know, response that they just don't want it at all. But I mean, I did hear that the earlier start time was preferred. I don't know if we can say that you can't have a show, then if you can't have a police detail, you can't have a show, like a rain date. Or some.
We will make every effort to have a police detail there as often as we possibly can.
Amy?
The effort is on the part of the police trying to fill that, not on White Heron, but.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
No, I'm saying filling it. What I'm
If they
saying.
are available, we will have them, is what I'm saying. We want to pay for them. We want to have them there. That's our interest.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
This is a very difficult one. And again, we were all put in a really bad position here with ticket sales and speaking to the paper and advertising done before we even got to it, to be able to even deal with other locations. Theater Workshop, we dealt with other locations with them and worked it out through the months and kind of knew what was going on, and were able to help that. By the end of April, it's not a lot left. We're all kind of stretched to there. So it's a bad location. It's not at all about the event, the theater. They do a great job, great shows. We've spent 14 months trying to help businesses find options and survive. But a lot of folks here are put in a really bad position, and I understand this neighborhood. So if the board is considering any type of permit, certainly our recommendation is much more limited one, but that we have to be very specific about conditions and very specific about responding to any issues that come up every time. You know, every folks that come in here make promises. We're going to get a detail. We're going to pick up trash. We're going to do this. And there needs to be consequences should that not happen. So if you do consider a permit, I want to make sure that, and we can certainly work on some of those conditions in addition to what we've listed. But obviously our job is to provide options for these folks on how it could work. But, you know, this is a really, really tough location, and it's a tough position we've been put in here. So I would just advise that we're very specific about any conditions for a permit in this location based on how this came to us too as well.
Do you feel like the conditions that the board members have been suggesting are specific enough? And how would you like us to lay those out?
We may need to work on that specific wording for you. You know, as Chief Pittman brought up in other things, as far as, you know, how we enforce certain things. Certainly no alcohol would be allowed. You know, an email saying, oh, no alcohol is allowed. We can tell you the reality of how that actually works. It doesn't, you know, people are people, especially after a pandemic. So, you know, we have to really think about what we can actually enforce again, but, you know, it's tough. Like we talk about some of the outdoor dining and things of that sort that, you know, we have any issues of public safety immediately to bring back to the board, immediately to have the ability to suspend it or rescind if it becomes that much of an issue. So putting similar types of waivers on it or similar types of processes in place to bring to your attention.
I think we would look to you on the wording to make sure that it has the right parameters. Melissa?
Yeah, thank you, Don. I think that leads me back to, I think this really should be continued for another week. I think all of these ideas for mitigation are fresh.
Melissa,
I
we
think our,
can continue it now that I closed the public hearing.
okay, gotcha. All right.
To cut you off on that, but
no, it's okay.
He could bring us
But
back
there it is.
the wording next week, but we can't continue the decision.
So based on the recommendations of the board members tonight, we could have staff come back to us with the wording for a motion of what, of how, I don't know what you're saying. Could you be clearer with me, Don, on what could happen next week?
I think that that whatever our motion is, that's if there's a favorable motion voted, then the conditions will be refined, and we could take a look at them.
Yeah, I think it would be difficult for me to vote on a motion without seeing the conditions is kind of where I'm at. I don't understand how we could vote on that without having clarity on those conditions.
Well, I think what was being laid out was like a 5:30 start, limiting it to 15 days, having a police detail, having it clear on all of the literature that there's no alcohol allowed. But Amy would put into the, if that doesn't happen, this is like basically your license is revoked.
Great. So if they couldn't get a police detail, then the shows couldn't happen.
Amy?
I think, and again, if I'm wrong, and I've spoken to Lieutenant and others today about this as well, is certainly, you know, in that case, you know, something could possibly be worked out. We have to kind of take a look at, you know, all the considerations. Obviously no alcohol, which is good. The number of people, I mean, I think a reduction in people over 100 is extreme for that location for 20 nights consecutively. So that would help in that situation should we not be able to fill that situation. You know, I think we can possibly come up with language right now that would be, you know, either a violation of permit conditions or, you know, at the recommendation of public safety or town officials, you know, that it's brought back or considered suspended or for your review. I mean, we can probably be something general like that, like we did with outdoor dining.
Does that help, Melissa?
Yeah, it does.
Christy?
I think adding that language is really helpful. All the restaurants knew that, you know, the town was going out on a limb to help them. And if they violated any, you know, of the restrictions or things that we had in place with the entertainment, that we could take that away. And I think this put some teeth in it for the neighbors that were really serious about making this work. We want to see it be successful and have as little impact. As we've all said, it's going to be an impact, but having a way that if it comes back to the board, if it's not working, we do have that authority.
Melissa?
I think Amy raised a good point in the number of attendees, and I don't know if it's appropriate to ask the question, but, you know, is a reduction to, you know, I'm cognizant that the show is not going to be a profitable endeavor anyway, but, you know, why 120 and why not 75 out the gate?
Michael, could you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, the question really is sort of why 125 and not 250, which is what the state would allow. Our theater has 150 seats. We have, you know, done some math on how much we can afford to lose on this show, and the likelihood that there is an eventuality that it could rain at some point. So that's the number that kind of works best for us, and we felt like it was a very manageable number of people with our staff, and doing a play about Peter Pan. I don't think we thought it would devolve into some sort of debauched revelry of 125 people, but that it was a very manageable number for us, and it made sense. I mean, we'd love to have more people obviously come to the show, but we made a decision immediately to hold the number at 125, regardless of what protocols and other restrictions might allow. We decided to hold it at 125 regardless.
Okay, guys, we've got to figure out something.
Well, I usually make a motion just to see where we're at. And if it fails or if the motion gets rescinded, but just to give us a start, happy to have any friendlies. Motion to approve with 15 nights, 5:30 start. I could put no alcohol in there, but I feel like it's already there. Only rehearsals during the day would be, is that the students? Is that correct? Yep. The week before, there would be full rehearsals before the opening show. I think that's it.
Can I second for discussion?
Yes.
Adding language similar to the outdoor dining that strengthens our ability to review this.
Jason, you accept that?
Can I ask Amy?
Yeah.
On that, your thoughts?
So I am reviewing the motions we did for that. So essentially saying the select board votes to approve this application on a single season, non-precedent setting basis, and may be rescinded by the board at any time. And then you may want to add for violations of public safety, public health, traffic or other violations. That makes sense.
Yeah, if that's what you meant, Christy, I would take that motion to add that.
Yes.
Yes. And Melissa on the motion?
Yes. The details on the police detail presence are where I'm a little unclear on where the board is on that requirement. And I'm curious if anyone would entertain the reduction of attendees in the motion.
On that, I'd like to see, either a police detail or some kind of security and parking volunteer situation that is approved by public safety to manage it. And I'm not sure about, I don't know how much of a difference it is going to make to go from 125 to 100. I would say going below 100 would probably be pretty detrimental to whether the show it's even viable to do this. But I don't know. I'm open to any kind of compromise. But do we want to vote on the motion that's on the floor? Jason?
Melissa was asking for everybody's opinion. I think I agree with you. To make a big difference, it would have to go down to 50 or 75. I think to really change it sound wise. So going to 100, I don't know would help that much. I think it's going to be in parking mitigation, getting people out of there quietly, making sure there's no alcohol, earlier start, 15 days, I think are going to be the biggest measures we can take to lower the impact.
Christy?
Thanks. Just my thoughts on the reduction. I think that the 125 makes sense in this location in terms of what we've been talking about with parking. We're talking about this being a family-friendly event, so family of 4 coming in one car. It's going to be about 25 cars, which is what we have designated for us in the design. So I'm not so sure that a reduction is really going to make a big difference.
Melissa?
Just that there's 25 spots. So assuming 4 people are in the car, that's really only 100 people, which is kind of why I was thinking of the reduction to 100 to mitigate off-site parking or, you know, concerns on the street. But I'm.
Okay, well, shall we vote on the motion that's on the floor? Okay, by roll call, Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
No.
Jason Bridges,
Aye.
I'm an aye. That's a 3-to-1 vote. Motion carries. Amy, do you have a follow-up? I saw
Just,
you.
yeah, I was unsure of occupancy or number that you came on with that motion.
It's 125. Okay, thank you, everyone. I hope that this works out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm perfectly fine with everything, all the conditions that have been put on. They're all things I would certainly expect to abide by. Certainly, I would expect the board to pay attention to how we're doing and to pull our license if there was a problem. I would have expected that in any event. So I appreciate the trust that you put in us. I understand that you're doing that, and I will do my best to deliver a great and responsible event. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry to come in late and put you through this long meeting. I've been there, so.
We know you have, and I know that we all are worried for the impact on the neighbors, and just hope that this can go as smoothly as possible and be a real benefit to the community, and hopefully maybe to the neighborhood.
We're giving everybody in the neighborhood tickets to the show, so they can come anytime they want.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, guys.
We have one more public hearing tonight. What I think we're going to do is push the town manager's report in full to next week with the time. And so, I mean, if there's any burning select board reports and comments, we can say them quickly, but hopefully we can just put that over as well. I will open the public hearing for a new wine and malt beverage package store license for the Green Market at 4 India Street. This requires both a vote on the license, as well as it would require a vote that it's not detrimental to the spiritual activities of the churches in the area. Amy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, gotta clear my head here. So we are doing a new liquor license application for the Green that obviously is currently on West Creek, but will be moving to a new location at 4 India Street. They are applying, excuse me, for a new seasonal package store wine and malt beverages liquor license, and just a reminder, off-premise licenses for the selling of prepackaged alcohol that must be opened and consumed off the premise. And as I mentioned, they're moving from 5 West Creek Road to this location, and their health permit for that location was, I believe, finalized the plan today. So they've gone through that process. As we've done before, just a review quickly of the comments and considerations pursuant to MJL 138. They require decisions be based on the following: the appropriateness of a liquor license at a particular location. This location has not previously been the location for a liquor license. It was previously a coffee shop and other home goods and sandwich shop prior to this. We had the attached map that I included for location of existing off-premise package stores in the downtown core district. Again, reviewing the number of existing dispensaries in town that they require. This specific license would be a seasonal package store. All alcohol, we have 4, this one being a wine and malt, and we have 3. The seasonal quota being based on the total number. We have a total allowance of 9 seasonal package store licenses. We currently have 7, so 2 are available. As I mentioned in the map, the package stores that are in the immediate vicinity in the downtown core district, being current vintage, another seasonal wine and malt, 559 feet away, Murray's and all alcohol, 365 feet away, and fresh Harpoon Liquors, 692 feet away. And then on the perimeter, less than a mile away, being Epernay, 3/4 of a mile, and Hatches, 3/4 of a mile, 0.2 for Epernay. Again, the views and inhabitants of the locality, which is licenses sought. Originally, we had not received any specific comments until just earlier this evening, public comment basically saying that they encourage denial of this application based on previously denied similar applications for the core district. So similar to this that we just talked about. And then finally, the sort of operation that carries a license. Applicant operates establishment selling takeout food, sandwiches, and beverages. And then Jenny can certainly expand on this after this, but I believe we'll offer housewares, other retail and grocery items for sale at this new location. There's no seating. It says it's under review for health permit. Like I said, they have gone through that process and will just require final inspections. There will be no seating. And finally, the reputation of the applicant. This applicant has operated the green at 5 West Creek. No complaints or violations. They've been a great business, certainly at that location. So background discussion on this. As you know, the last 3 applications for this license, an off-premise Section 15 liquor license, package store license in the downtown core district have been not denied by the select board due to the number of existing package stores in the district, 5 in less than 1 mile. And only 2 remaining in the quota, and the few number of licenses left. As stated by the select board, in those decisions, the town is well served by the existing number of package stores. The denials have been as follows: Lemon Press, when they were at 29 Center Street, which was heard back in April 15th, 2015. And then recently Pizzeria Jamel at 2 East Chestnut Street on April 28th, and also on that date, Born and Bred at 35 Center Street. All were denied seeking a package store license with the existing licenses already there. So I will leave it at that. We have Jenny Benz here, who is the owner of the operation, and I'll take any questions.
I'm just going to go to Matt. I think that he needs to.
Yeah, no, I have to recuse. They're in the same business, and so I'm sorry.
Okay, I understand. Am I allowed to be nervous?
Jenny, do you want to make any comments?
Well, yeah, I mean, I just want to explain a little bit. First of all, the green at 5 West Creek was recently purchased by Matt Rynamo. I hope I'm saying his name correctly. So the green will be staying at 5 West Creek. What I'm trying to do in town is open a local grocery store. So I'd like to basically give an opportunity for any local craftsman to be able to sell their goods. Yes, my intention would be to do raw juices, wraps, sandwiches, prepared goods. But anyone who, like, for example, like Taylor Cullen, Nell Van Vorst, anybody that wants a permanent spot in this community to put the crafts and the items that they make in that market. And in addition to that, I'm basically trying to make it, sustainable and environmentally friendly. So, of all the artists and all the products I've been looking at to purchase, no plastic bottles, everything in glass, aluminum, compostable corn, everything that's going to give this island less impact, less carbon footprint. And so with the, with the wine and malt package, I was thinking a small 3-foot refrigerator of locally sourced cider and organic wine next to a cheese refrigerator. And then I would also sell fresh flowers. So it could be a one-stop shop for everything that you need. And nothing would come into the market that didn't have a sustainably sound or honorable package, because I'm concerned about waste and, where the trash goes. And I also think in this pandemic, what I've learned is, staying small, shopping local, super important. With my catering business, I support Bricks. I support many other, places on the island to get beer and wine for my catering through the green. This would be, something different. This would be, not like a large corporation. We all need to go to Stop and Shop. We all stop there, but this would be one place for local people to put their goods and to be able to get everything you need, even down to like bamboo, toothbrushes and eco-friendly toothpaste, not in plastic containers. Just a little bit of everything and sourcing small. You get a dozen jams at a time. You get handmade crackers, handmade skincare. I'm also really impressed with the farmers market and what they have done. And I've spoken to a couple people that would like to put, their produce in there. So basically just a local market is my goal.
Are there any questions for Jenny? And this is also a public hearing if anyone from the public wishes to speak. Melissa?
Thanks so much, John. Through you, Jenny. I'm really excited for this market. I think it's a really great concept. I just need to hear a little bit more from you about how selling alcohol amplifies that local experience that you're trying to create there. Because that we've denied in other locations nearby because there isn't availability of alcohol so close by. So what makes your application different from those?
Well, I don't want to I don't think I'm any more special than anybody else, but in locally sourcing, and I feel like being able to have a one-stop shop, being able to offer all the things, a little bit of all the things that are locally made and locally sourced would be my goal. But I guess I don't have, I would never say why anyone else should or shouldn't get it, or I should get it more over someone else. I have taken a risk in this pandemic in signing on for this. And I am nervous. The green was, it was very different. This was like a very large investment and I'm nervous. So I'm like, how can the way that you have to market items that are locally crafted and locally made, you have to have a couple little outlets where you can create some revenue in many different corners and avenues in order to make something like this work. I am going to, for sure, make less margin. And I'm okay with that because, I want to make conscious decisions on what's in there. So I'm going to offer to do cheese platters and hoping that I can generate a little revenue in catering. And hopefully, I can sell with that cheese platter some wine and, locally, made cider. So, basically, I'm just trying to create revenue in more than one stream and avenue because I don't think it will be as easy to survive otherwise.
I haven't seen any public hands raised. Is everyone comfortable if I close the public hearing on this? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Do other board members have questions or comments? Jason?
Just a comment. I have no doubt that Ginny and her team will do a great job there. Just being a customer and gosh, Ginny, I think I worked for you 10 years ago. I think I opened for you 5 a.m., and so I saw how conscious you are the way you approach silverware, the most expensive chicken, and because it was healthy and organic and all those things that you thought through really well. And I say that because, your operation will be the same way, whether you have alcohol or not. So, but if you did have it, I wanted the board members to know that I had a confidence that there would be no issue there when it comes to reputation and just the standing in the community and all of that. There's no issue there for me at all. It couldn't be any better. The issue is the licenses that we've not approved in that area for those reasons. We only have a few left. And so I think it's going to be hard for me to approve this, but I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Christy?
Thank you. I'm feeling very similar to Jason. We just had public hearings a few weeks ago in the same area, and with enough liquor stores and availability of liquor in these areas, it's hard to approve. But I do love the concept of what Jenny's creating, and it's very needed on the island, and I really hope that it can be successful, even without the addition of alcohol. But it is something that our community needs.
Thank you all for those comments. I mean, Jenny, you know how much I love the green, and I know that I'm really excited for this business, and I think it's going to be a great success. But it's kind of the same thing. It even goes back further to when Lemon Press had their store on Center Street. They wanted something actually that sounds so similar to what you asked for tonight. They wanted some very, very specific, organic, a small little section, and there's not a real clear differentiation between doing something like that and being a full like a full store. And I don't think that there's really nothing has changed in terms of the availability of liquor in town and the limitation on how many licenses there are left. There are actually annual licenses for full package stores are over the quota. So I don't see the necessity to grant and kind of any other retail unless it's really in a completely unserved area of the island. Melissa?
I guess it's my go for a comment. I also adore Jenny and her businesses, and this is another tough one for me because we see so clearly how it could benefit not just a local business, but local families. And the success of this new market is going to benefit the artisans and artists that you have and that you host in that space. But I think just like my peers, it's too similar. And I think there's so much precedent for us to actually requires us to deny the permit right now. So unfortunately, I cannot support it. And I hope that you understand it doesn't mean that we don't support you in this new market.
Everyone's quiet.
Is the public hearing, you closed it, Dawn? Are you looking?
The public hearing's closed, so I'm looking
for a motion. I'd make a motion to deny the application. And I can't remember, I'm a little tired right now. There's some reasons we have to state why. If Amy could help me out with that one.
Yeah, existing, being that, as stated, the town is currently well served by the existing number of package stores, as illustrated by the attached map of those in the vicinity of the applicant.
What she said.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call. Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Jason Bridges?
Aye.
John Holgate, aye. The motion for denial carries unanimously. I think a denial decision gets prepared. Amy?
Yep, I was just going to say that, and once you receive the denial letter, excuse me, you have 5 days to appeal to the ABCC. And that'll be explained to you in that.
Okay, thanks so much.
Just one, I mean, would there be any opportunity here? Is there any kind of, are you doing any table service? I guess not. To do.
No, I'm not going to do any table service. You know, my intent was just to have a grocery store. You go in and and then you leave, you do your shopping and you leave.
Okay.
And I basically, you know, it's basically a small grocery store in and out.
Got that. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Wish you good luck. And I mean, it may be something that can be revisited in the future.
No problem. I appreciate it. I won't give up.
Thanks. We're Matt, I don't know if you heard that we are putting over the town manager's report in full to next week's meeting.
I did.
Okay. Do you
I
have
did.
any burning commitment?
I just didn't, couldn't give up.
You got off really easy tonight. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So
I did. You guys did a really good job. You did a good job in a hard situations. You guys all did. I'll second.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Any
Okay.
seconded?
Matt seconded it.
Yeah.
All those in favor by roll call, Matt Fay,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Jason Bridges,
Aye.
John Holgate, aye. And I mean, thank you to everyone who hung in there and then got put over to next week. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys. Good night.
Thanks, Libby.